I'm a program manager here at the Commonwealth Local Government Forum, and it is my great pleasure and honor to be opening the session today as the chair of our first session today at the Commonwealth Women in Local Government Network Southern African Regional Dissemination Workshop. We have a really exciting series of panels today. I won't hold you up too long with too much of an introduction. I know you've received some of the background documentation for our meeting today, and many of you have been involved in the work that we've been doing over the last few years in this area. So we're very excited to exchange with you and share with you and hear from you in today's session. Of course, as we are all now very well versed, this is a virtual meeting, so there's a few key technical points that I wanted to share with you before we get started. First of all, you will have seen that the meeting is being recorded. We will be making the meeting available on the CLGF YouTube channel following the end of this meeting, and that will be available for a minimum of a month after the end of this meeting for anyone who's not able to join us today or who needs to miss any of the elements. Also, of course, as we normally do, I would ask you all to mute your microphones when you're not speaking and to use the raise hand function when you'd like to come in the discussion sessions. I would also ask you all, if you haven't already, to change your names on your profiles. You can do this by going to the top right-hand corner of your picture. There's 3 little dots, and there's an option to rename. It would be great if you could put your name, not, Galaxy 21 or whatever your telephone is called, so that we know who you are, and we can call on you by name if you'd like to come in. We have a long program today, so we're really going to be trying to keep to time. Our moderators have been given strict instructions to keep speakers to time. So please, speakers, don't take this as being cut off, but take this as a way for us to get through what is a really quite long and exciting program today. So with all of that said, I'm very happy to hand over to Lucy Slack, CLGF Secretary General, who will give us a word of welcome for the meeting this morning. Lucy, over to you.
Thank you very much, Claire, and thanks to everybody joining us for the meeting today. It's a real pleasure to see some faces that we recognize well, and a great pleasure to see colleagues from across the Southern African region. My name, as Claire has said, is Lucy Slack, and I'm the Secretary General of the Commonwealth Local Government Forum. I think many of you are very familiar with the organization. We've worked very closely over many years, but just for those who aren't, CLGF is a Commonwealth membership organization, and we bring together cities and local government associations and ministries of local governments from across 54 countries in the Commonwealth. So countries in Africa, Asia, Caribbean, Pacific, and Europe. And really, we bring local government together to do a number of things, to really promote and advocate for local democracy and good governance at the local level, to build the capacity of local government and to strengthen local government policies to really empower local government to do its job more effectively. And we're working increasingly on the cities and urbanization work to think about the way in which we really need to focus efforts on ensuring that cities are sustainable going forward. We do our work in many ways. Many of you will have seen some of our advocacy work at the global level, but also at the Commonwealth and the national level. A number of you may have been involved in some of our direct programs and capacity building work, which we implement with our members. And we also do a lot of research, policy sharing, and networking of the local government family across the Commonwealth. And in many ways, this day to day brings all of those different parts together. So it's a real honor and a real pleasure to have you on the call. And I don't want to take too much of your time, but I do just want to kind of introduce a little bit the day, some of the things that we're looking at trying to achieve with the day, and thinking forward to the future and how we can continue to build on the excellent work that we've done already in this region, and the excellent work which you as local governments, as local government associations, as ministries of local governments are also doing to really support and empower women in political leadership and in economic development. So welcome to this. It's a virtual dialogue, everything online. I know we're all very, very familiar with that now. So just quickly to reflect, I think, gender equality is a priority for our organization. It's a priority for the work that we do. It's a priority, obviously, for our members, and it's a priority for us as an institution, and looking internally to also improve our own work on gender equality. It's not just an important economic goal, an urgent economic goal, but it's also a moral imperative. The data shows us that, if you're taking decisions, if you're planning services, if you're running a local authority, it's much better if that's done with an inclusive and representative local council. We know that the data shows us that. And it's critically important that we ensure that women are around the table and are able to take their seat at the table, but also to be involved in those key decision-making spaces in local government. And I think in Southern Africa, as we also know, and some of the background information that we've shared with you says this very clearly, there's been significant progress towards enacting constitutional changes, legislative changes that really promote gender equality and women's empowerment. But we also know, and I think we're all very aware, that what the Constitution says, what the legislation says, doesn't necessarily always tally with what's happening on the ground. And I think that's why it's really important that we use you as local government leaders to really kind of inform this process around the work that we can do to continue to strengthen gender equality. According to SADC, the sort of statistics that SADC provides around women in Southern Africa, women constitute more than 50% of the poor. They're often excluded from the mainstream economy. They're often expected to work longer hours than men in very often low wage positions. And they also suffer under patriarchal traditions and customs with less access to education, skills, lands, markets, and finance. And I don't need to tell any of you that these are the situations that pertain in many of the countries in which we're working and which we're gathering here at this event today. But I think the COVID-19 pandemic has really only served to exacerbate those challenges that we face as local governments in Southern Africa. And the pandemic has really, and not just in Southern Africa, but across the Commonwealth, continued to expose those deep-rooted inequalities in our political and economic systems. And I think in many ways, that's why we as an organization are really looking to champion and support activities and programs to support gender empowerment going forward. So this meeting has been designed to be a dialogue. It's not been designed to be lots of people talking at you. What we really want is to generate an online dialogue. And we've gathered, obviously, partners that we've been working with on particular CLGF related projects, but also our members from across Southern Africa, many of whom are very actively engaged in supporting gender equality in their own work. So we want to use today for three main things. The first is to disseminate and reflect the outcomes of a project that CLGF has been working on with Gender Links, called Connecting the Dots Project, Local Action for Women's Political and Economic Empowerment, which has been active in 4 countries, in Eswatini, in Lesotho, in Zambia and Zimbabwe. We're going to hear a lot more about that, but that project has focused very strongly on how we can strengthen networks to support women's empowerment. We also want to hear from you. We want to learn from you about some of the projects and activities that you've been doing in your own organizations, in your own work, to really strengthen gender equality. We want to hear the lessons. We're really keen to know what's worked, but we're also keen to know maybe what doesn't work and how we can then build on that going forward. And finally, and perhaps most importantly, what we would really like to do is leverage the lessons that we're all going to share and the creative ideas that we all have, and really look forward to how we can continue to support gender equality in a very practical way. How can we really put in place steps, activities, projects, links, mentors, whatever they may be, to really support gender equality at the local level going forward. Many of the institutional things that we're going to hear from future speakers on this panel are in place. We know about SDG 5, we know that the constitutional arrangements, we understand that there are quotas, but what can we do to really give voice to that and to see that implemented effectively at the local level? So it's absolutely vital. It's absolutely vital. We all know it's vital that young women, girls, and young boys and men see women in political leadership. Our patron, Helen Clark, who's the former Prime Minister of New Zealand, she always says when she comes to meetings on gender empowerment, she says, you need to see it to be it. And I think you are all incredible role models for gender empowerment across Southern Africa. How can we link up and work with you to continue to build strong programs and activities to support gender equality across the region? How can we really support that going forward? I think that's really the thing I'd like to leave with you. And just to say that I'm really looking forward to the sessions that are coming up, to hearing from all our incredible speakers, and also, of course, to hearing from you as an online audience and be an active partner in the dialogue. So please use the chat, please use the raise the hand function if you have any questions, and please take this opportunity to share with us a bit your vision for gender equality in the Southern African region going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lucy. Now, as we know, this is an online meeting, so sometimes there are some difficulties with connection. We have been having some trouble getting the CLGF chairperson online. Reverend Poe, are you connected?
Thank you very much for now. I'm
wonderful. Good to see you there. Reverend Poe is chairperson of CLGF, and I would like to invite him to take the floor to say a few words of opening. Reverend Poe, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Claire. Madam Secretary General of the Local Government, Commonwealth Local Government Forum, Lucy Slack, honorable ministers, honorable councillors and mayors. I'm pleased to welcome you and address you on this important occasion. This regional dissemination workshop on promoting women's participation in local government in Southern Africa marks an important milestone in advancing the Commonwealth Women in Local Government Networks agenda. As you know, the Commonwealth Women in Local Government Network was launched in 2017 in Malta, and its purpose is to support women to get involved in local government as politicians and practitioners, and to increase the influence of women in decisions made about local priorities in line with the Sustainable Development Goal number 5. The Commonwealth Women in Local Government Network operates as a network of networks that seeks to promote, support, and link existing initiatives of its member organizations. It also looks to gather Commonwealth-wide best practices on women in local government, make this available to its membership, and mainstream these principles into the Commonwealth Local Government Forum's wider work and program. The network's work focuses on 7 areas, which are supporting institutions and capacity building, encouraging prospective councillors, supporting strengthened coordination of local government actors, advocacy, data collection and research, strengthening and mobilizing the network, and implementing pilot projects. The Connecting the Dots Local Actions for Women, Political and Economic Empowerment project, whose outcomes will be shared with us today, contributed to the purpose and objective of the Commonwealth Women in Local Government Network. The project worked with women councillors and administrators, local government associations and prospective councillors, and local government administrators to build their capacity, remove institutional barriers, and raise awareness of the importance of including women in local government leadership. I'm pleased to inform you that the project increased the number of women holding senior positions, such as mayor or committee chairpersons, by 31%. The project also led to the policy and legislative changes. For example, in Zimbabwe, the Women Local Government Forum successfully lobbied the government of Zimbabwe and all players for a 30% quota for women in local government. Further, women capacities were developed, and as a result, women have reported increased confidence because of training and monitoring. The project outcomes are encouraging and give us a hope that more can be achieved if we continue to work together to support existing and prospective councillors and administrators to create an enabling policy and legislative framework for increased women's representation, addressing the institutional and socio-cultural barriers to women's representation in public office. However, lessons emerging from the project remind us that we still have a long way to go to achieve gender equality. Women remain underrepresented in local government, political and administrative spheres of government. Women still face institutional, policy and legislative, social, and cultural barriers which need to be overcome. At a policy level, there still need to enact quotas and measures to facilitate women's participation in local government. Our institutions, such as political parties and councils, are still not gender responsive. Women lack access to campaign finance and other resources. Given this, I urge all of us to reflect on the outcomes of the project, the lessons learned and recommendations, and help us shape the future of the Commonwealth Women in Local Government Network. Allow me to thank our colleagues from the Eswatini, Lesotho, Zambia, and Zimbabwe, who successfully implemented this project and have enabled us to learn from their experiences. We are also looking forward to learning from the other countries that were part of the project, who will briefly share the state of women's participation in their respective countries, as well as their priorities and the way forward. The outcomes of today's meeting will feed into our regional event, which will be held in 3 weeks, as well as feed into our next programming phase. This is very important in shaping the Commonwealth Women in Local Government Network's next steps. Remember, gender equality is everyone's interest. It is not just about women, and we need to ensure that both men and women work together towards more inclusive governance. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I therefore invite you to please participate to help us play our part in promoting gender equality. As CLGF, we are determined to ensure that this objective goal 5 of the SDGs is met. I thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Reverend Mpo, and thank you for moving around to be able to be in this session. We'll now move to our keynote address on women in political leadership across the Commonwealth from Honorable Thembisile Nkadimeng, who is the chairperson of the Commonwealth Women in Local Government Network. Honorable Nkadimeng is the deputy minister of the Ministry of Corporate Governance and Traditional Affairs, COGTA. She's the former chairperson of SALGA, the Southern African Local Government Association, and the former mayor of Polokwane. Honorable Nkadimeng, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Claire, and thank you very much to colleagues. Possibly let me start by greeting our own Reverend Mpo Murahomu and appreciate the effort he has made in trying to find a better location to be able to officially open this August occasion of women who are trying to put their heads together, collaborate, and find meaningful ways on how to work together. Let me also pass my greetings to our Secretary General in the Commonwealth Local Government Forum, Ms. Lucy Slack, Claire as well, and others who are coming from our CLGF forum. Let me also greet all the representatives from my sister countries. I won't name all of them one by one, but it is good that we are meeting again here. I'm told the audio is weak. I will try and increase a bit of my sound I see in the chat group there. But also let me greet the member states from all the representatives that are here on our platform and beyond, our invited guests, ladies, but also gentlemen. It is very interesting to see a partnership of gentlemen in trying to resolve issues that are besieging the world and Africa in particular. A very warm good morning to all of us. First and foremost, let me express my gratitude for the opportunity that has been given, but also to express my gratitude to you for granting us time to join us on this important occasion as women to discuss about political leadership across the Commonwealth, but particularly in our Southern African countries. I'm mostly delighted, for one, about the platform because it allows us as women to freely share on our experiences and also prepare ourselves to learn from others as well. It is reassuring, on another hand, to know that our challenges are not unique to ourselves or to our countries of origin, but rather they are common and have remedies for most of us that can use. So interchange of information, learning from one another could be what will assist us in moving forward. So I look forward to engaging and working with you on this platform this morning, but beyond, in developing pertinent programs that can serve as a support system for women in the network that we rely on, with opportunities to replicate the same in other countries and in other municipalities. For me, I think this webinar and discussion this morning should be about opportunities for replication. There are good things that you can learn in Zambia that South Africa can learn from Eswatini and vice versa. And I think if we strengthen the replication model, we carry what seems to be sustainable and workable from other areas. I am certain in doing that we can then be able to strive towards the creation of a safe environment for women in local government by sharing those experiences, discussing common barriers and challenges, find support, but ultimately campaign for gender parity at all levels throughout the Commonwealth. So those who have had the opportunity to interact with me might have known how impassioned and committed I am about women leadership, particularly in politics and in local government. And I do believe as women, we deserve far much better than what we have been allocated and be given. So we still have to push the barriers and move forward. Having worked as a mayor myself for 7 years in the city of Polokwane, president of the South African Local Government Association and currently a deputy minister, I know firsthand the challenges women that we experience, both as leaders in our own rights as persons, but leaders in our families and leaders in societies where we stay. And I do believe that such platforms can then be able to capacitate us, and we make sure that we continuously meet, even if it means virtually as we're doing this morning, to across the world to work and rebuild our economies, which have been ravaged by the lockdowns and the majority of economic activities which got to be disrupted. And you all know that the color of COVID-19 is predominantly has affected women. And most reports on the impact of COVID-19 with regard to gender equality indicates that around 60%, for example, in Ethiopia, Kenya, Malawi, Mozambique, and South Africa, we have all lost a personal income of about 60%, particularly women, as a result of the pandemic. So this means already the high level of poverty which we were experiencing before COVID have only been exacerbated. And as I'm saying, this disparity shows itself more with women who also carry the burden of taking care of their families, taking care of their children, but ultimately taking care of society. And we also note the concerns from the lack of experience for us to close the gap of the 60% that has been brought about by the pandemic. Our girls are socialized differently than boys. They are taught to perform passive roles, which don't give them a space in terms of women decision, but women leadership spaces. So the liabilities and issues that they accept outside the household also gets to be informed by how they've been raised, how they've been brought up to be able to accept position of responsibility. And in most instances in families, they are raised as passive members and not given a fair chance. So equality for us, for me and you, does not only start in the boardroom. We carry a responsibility of raising a girl that needs to come after us, having been raised consciously by us to be able to feel what the space of what we need today, but also making sure of where we are implementing that development, particularly at local government. It's about a woman. If a street light is not working in South Africa, there are high chances of a woman of being raped, walking all the way from work to home, or from wherever she's trying to be raising a family. So you will know that we face such difficulties, gender-based violence. So for me, such inequality means it will release much of the time that a woman needs to deal with her economic needs, but also with the social needs. Having said that, our electoral commission in our November elections indicated that 63% of the local government representation in South Africa today is male, and only 37% are female councillors. This has moved us 10 steps behind after we have achieved the 50-50 gender parity that was adopted by Parliament. But we just winged once and we lost all of that to even below a 40%. So I do believe that women organization in my country and in other countries needs to rise up. But let me appreciate the picture of leadership that is also beginning to emerge in other countries positively. And I think it will give us rejuvenation as South Africa not to fall back behind. Rwanda and Namibia have more than 40% of local leaders this time around. And in other countries like Eswatini and Zambia, well, we still have lower figures, but they are showing an increase than the previous terms of 14% and 8% respectively. But Ghana, Sri Lanka, Uganda, New Zealand have received the 30% representation after most of them have taken a policy directive of having women representation to be increasing. And in the previous count of the report, we were just moving between 2 and 10%, but we are steadily going to around 30%. It is not enough. It's not a point for us to say we have arrived, but it is for us to look back, as Ma Albertina Sisulu says, in our battle, we need to be able to look back and say, that's where we come from, but we are still going there further our mind and rejuvenate ourselves and say we are glad for the women who reached the 30%, but we aspire for even a 70%. So the joining the dots project is where we would want to discuss at this meeting today and beyond on the strides for the sustainable ways to support women in leadership. My experience in South Africa is that it is easy to recall a female leader, whether it's a mayor or a minister, than it is to recall a male counterpart, precisely because we get to be all over in trying to pursue the developmental goal, but also lag a bit behind in the support programs for a women leader. One, as women, but two, by enforcing that our male counterparts join us in making sure that we make the system meaningful in terms of a development of a female leader and a woman leader, but also we need mentors. I was fortunate to have been supported by many women from my years as a young leader in politics, but also they've carried me through to this day. So they play a very important role. Capacity building programs as well for our leaders are very important. For example, SALGA and COPTA are championing a training of all female mayors with the University of Cape Town. They've just graduated from the last term. Most of them are continuing as mayors in this next term, which means we are building into the growth of what we had had. We had almost 100 mayors who were registered with this program. And I'm glad, Lucy, to say all of them graduated, because we've put that effort to make sure that we also make good use as women of opportunities that we are given. So connecting the dots must also be about political empowerment to advocate for the women development. But it must also provide us with opportunities across the Commonwealth on our shared issues and priorities, gender equality, mentoring and support, so that we could also share on our tools and materials for all the support that we will develop for women across. And we're also developing digital tools. My counterparts from Southern Africa will learn. Some are also knowing. These tools are originating in Asia and the Caribbean in their networks, which provides a valuable forum to share on this and widely. And the 4 focal point areas for the development and the network of women, particularly in the leadership roles, in overcoming the barriers in local government systems, for all of us to be effective players and representative and be enabled to make proper decisions. As I'm about to conclude, I think we also need to level up our best practices and share and replicate the successes, advocate towards the Commonwealth bodies to increase women representation and strengthen our systems for inclusion and gender mainstreaming. Of course, we need to do that monitoring all the levels of women participation across the Commonwealth, but importantly fit into the sustainable goal number 5, on where we will be monitoring the progress and make sure, unlike us here at home, we do not reverse the game. So with these few words, I wish to thank all of you for availing yourselves to join us today. The outcomes of these sessions, as Lucy has said, will be incorporated into our program of action and the upcoming Commonwealth Local Government Forum South Africa that will be coming shortly in May. So let us not forget to understand that women and the burden that they carry comes across with pet service, as it is only women who can and must argue for the needs of other women, their families, and their communities. So in essence, as women leaders, it is not about ourselves. It is about everybody else who's not in this platform, who's a girl child, who's a woman, who's a member of society, for us to turn the bad service into good service for the goodness of our countries and our women. Thank you very much. Enjoy the deliberations of our webinar further. Thank you very much. It's good to see you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson, for those inspiring words and setting us off really on the right track for what the purpose of today's meeting is. Sharing experience, assessing where we are, taking stock of how far we have advanced and where we need to make more advances, and thinking about what systems and mechanisms CLGF, our organizations, and our wider global community can put in place to ensure that we increase the representation of women and we make the world a more welcoming place for the girl child. So on that note, I'm very happy to close this first opening session and hand over to the chair of session 2, reflections on the implementation of the Connecting the Dot project from the Women in Local Government Forum. Lucy, the floor is yours.
Thanks. Sorry, thank you very much, Claire, and thank you very much, Deputy Minister, for those really inspiring words. I think that we've got a group of people on this call today who really want to do justice to those challenges that you've thrown out to us. I think we've gained a little bit of time, which means that we have a little bit longer in this session to really be able to start that discussion. So I hope everyone will be very ready to come in. In this next session, what we want to focus on specifically is the Connecting the Dots project, which, as you know from the opening, was a program designed to support networking and women's political empowerment across Eswatini, Lesotho, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. What we'd really like to do is, and I won't go into too much detail because we've got the experts coming up to tell us much more about that program. What I would like to just say about this session, though, is that what we would really like to highlight are some of the successful strategies for increasing women's participation in local government in Southern Africa. So what, from the projects, that the Connecting the Dot projects, what has really worked, and what can we actually use to replicate in the way in which the Deputy Minister just mentioned in other countries across Southern Africa. We also want to share the results and the lessons that we've learned. And then particularly, and this is what I hope we'll be able to generate with our panel session, which is coming up after our first speaker, is recommend priorities for future programming. So recommend some of the things that we really need to implement in order to see the kind of change that we're looking to see, in order to see the change that means that we're moving towards those inclusive local governments, those inclusive councils, where we're not talking about 5 or 10% women's representation, but we're talking about the parity that I think that we're all really striving for. So we do have a wonderful panel brought together from all of the target countries, and I'm going to introduce those in a moment. But first, I want to introduce somebody who I know is very well known to everybody on the call, my colleague Nyasha Simbanagave, who manages our program of work in Southern Africa. But she's also been particularly responsible for rolling out the Connecting the Dots project, which we've been delivering in partnership with Gender Links, another organization I know very well known to you in Southern Africa. So without further ado, Nyasha, I'm going to hand over to you, please, just to give us a little summary of the projects and what some of the results were. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lucy, for the introduction. And thank you very much, Reverend Mpo, Deputy Minister Ngadibeng, for the very inspiring words that you gave to us during the opening session. They really set us into the agenda of the day, nicely. Already some of the issues that were being raised, the recommendations for going forward are very much aligned with the experiences that we had in implementing the project that we're going to share the outcomes of today. Claire, if you can already beam the presentation for me. So as has already been said, my responsibility is to just give you an overview of the project. And obviously our colleagues from the women networks are going to go into details in terms of their own experiences in the different countries. So the project has been mentioned before, Connecting the Dots, local action for women, political and in economic empowerment in Southern Africa. Claire? The next slide. So my presentation is going to focus on 5 things. The first one being just the overall overview. Then we are going to focus on the strategies that we used to try and address the issues of low participation of women in local government. We are also going to share some results, lessons learned, and recommendations. Briefly, it was a 2-year project. that was implemented during the COVID period. I'm so happy to say that with the women in the 4 countries that we're working with, we managed to execute the project on time, within budget, because the women were committed. So it was a 2-year project. We worked with 3,462 direct beneficiaries. We've already been told that the project was implemented in Eswatini, Lesotho, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. We did the work that we did with a budget of £1 million, which was availed to us by the Foreign, Commonwealth, and Development Office. CLGF worked with Gender Links, Eswatini Local Government Association, Local Government Association of Zambia, and the Zimbabwe Local Government Association. The project contributed to the strengthening of political and economic empowerment of women and girls in Southern Africa by increasing the participation of women in politics and also in economic development. But for today, we just focus on the political side of the project. So the main outcome was to increase the number of women holding senior positions such as mayor and committee chairpersons in local government by 15%. That's what we had set ourselves to do. And to achieve this outcome, we planned to implement 8 main strategies. The first strategy was, next slide, please. The first strategy was for us to do a gender audit of the state of women representation in the 4 countries. So what we did was that we took stock of what was going on, and we used that information as baseline information for us to design the capacity building program and the mentorship program. We also used the information to develop women in local government forum strategies for them to increase the participation of women in their particular countries. And we also used the audit reports to develop a monitoring and evaluation plan for the project. The second strategy was the establishment and strengthening of 4 women in local government networks. In Zimbabwe, when we started working, there were 2 networks, one network for women for the Urban Councils Association and the other for the Rural District Councils. So what this project did in Zimbabwe was to bring the women, the 2 networks together and then support their work. In Lesotho, we didn't have a network, so it really started with recruiting members to the network, and you can see those beautiful pictures of WLGIF members in Lesotho. In Zambia, there was a gender equality committee within the local government association. Our work went in there to support that and to broaden the membership to even include women administrators. In Eswatini, the women were already thinking about forming a network, but when we started working with the association, the network was also broadened to cover women administrators. So those are the some of the pictures of the women during their activities, their network activities. The third strategy was supporting those networks that we strengthened and established to come up with a strategy document. So after doing the audit, we then worked with the network members to develop their strategies and plans for increasing women leadership in their respective countries based on their local circumstances. So we didn't go in there and say, this is what we have to do, but we had to start from understanding what the problems were and then allowing the women to develop their strategies. Some developed 5-year strategies. I know Eswatini has a 10-year strategy. Other countries had 3-year strategies, depending on their local government cycle. And then we also supported the implementation of those strategies. Implementation meant, undertaking capacity building for existing councillors through training, profiling, writing adverts to promote women's participation. For instance, in Zambia, we also, because Zambia had the opportunity to actually have a local government election while the project was ongoing. So we supported women in that country. We also supported the lobbying and advocacy for 50-50 representation in all of the countries. And I'm sure we've already had some of the results that came out of that. We also supported the mentorship of aspiring young women councillors and administrators, because then we realized that just focusing on the existing women councillors is not enough. We needed to recruit young women so that they can join the system. So the next strategy is linked to the mentorship of aspiring young women. And the fourth strategy was the establishment of young women in local government network. Claire, the next. Yes. So in addition to the existing women in local government, we went on to recruit women to join, young women to join the Young Women in Local Government Network. We worked with 186 young women, prospective women, local government leaders. Some want to be councillors, some want to join the local government administration. And then in Zimbabwe, we used a slightly different model, because there already was a junior councillors program. So we worked with the junior councillors in that country. The young women networks also set up their leadership structures, held their own meetings, developed plans to guide their work and their networks, and we supported them through that process. In addition to that, we also went on to train and mentor the 186 young women local government network members across the four countries. Training and mentorship covered a long list of topics: local governance, roles and responsibilities of councillors, public speaking, communication skills, and some of the programs were even tailor-made, because we actually asked the members to look at their own personal development in the process. So there was really capacity building through training and mentorship. And I think what was very important under this project was the opportunity to link the young women with the existing councillors. I think we did have experiences where the existing councillors would take their young women to council with, so that they can experience what it means to be a councillor. I'm pleased to inform you that of the 186 young women that were recruited, at the end of the project, at least 113 of them, were convinced that they would like to take up some position within local government, either as a councillor or as an administrator. As we are speaking, we were busy with some young women in Eswatini, busy preparing for the next election. So what we've done with this project is to really link the existing councillors and the aspiring councillors, and creating that base from which women leaders can emerge. The sixth strategy involved mobilizing youth. We realized that in all of this work that we're doing, we really needed to involve the youth, mainly to help this cause of lobbying for the participation of women in local government, but also to ensure that local government, young people are participating in local government. The services that local government are providing also cater for young people's needs. So we worked with 1,132 youth. We undertook service delivery surveys so that they could see, look at the services that are being provided, and then start the discussions with the various local authorities, local authority leaders, in terms of making sure that services are responsive to youth and gender and women needs. What was also profound by working with youth was that we, especially with the young women in local government networks, we involved the boys, the young men in there. They were also giving their own thoughts around how young women can actually improve their chances of being elected. And I think that was very, very important. And we also ran some programs, campaign programs through radio, meetings, and council programs to involve the youth, because we realized that the young people and the young women are the base for the future leaders, and they need to understand what goes on so that at least they can take up positions. And the next strategy was the next slide, Claire. The next strategy was that we collected 164 stories of change. So with all of the young women and the women in local government, we provided the opportunity for them to reflect on their journeys in terms of the project, but also in terms of the other activities that they were doing. Those stories are the most profound stories that I've ever had to read. And we can quote so many things that the women were saying. And the good thing is that we're going to publish those stories so that we can all go through them. They will inspire us to actually realize that we can be anybody that we want to be. Is one that I thought I'm going to just quote and read to you just to highlight what the project did to both young women and the existing women. So Councillor Way, a mayor from Siteki in Eswatini, and by the way, she had been in council, I think, for 9 years, and then under this program, she decided that she was going to become a mayor. And this is what she had to say. My mentee helped me change my perspective. When I met with her, she was so engaged with me, so excited about what I had to offer. She was impressed. It made me step back and realize I could be a mentor. And then I started to sound like somebody I would like to be, and I realized that I'm that somebody. So a lot of existing councillors found themselves through mentoring young women. And I think the lesson that comes out of this is that I think every woman must hold someone's hand, and they must also be held. And we can form a chain of women leaders, because we are all supporting each other. And we saw this happening with this project. There's so many things that we can share. And the good thing is that the stories are going to be published for us to learn from. And the final strategy was for us to create platforms. Play the next slide. The platforms for women to share their experiences. So what this project has really been networking, creating platforms. And I like already what our chair, Honorable Ngadi Beng, has already said. Let's create these platforms. Let's continue to do this. So we did create 2 regional dialogues. Across the 4 countries, we gave them 2 opportunities to talk, but we also had 8 summits, 2 per country, to allow dialoguing at the national level. We used the summits to provide a network to share their work and to disseminate the work in the various countries. In terms of the results, which is the next slide. In terms of results, Claire, the next slide. We did, I think this project is one project where we actually allowed the beneficiaries to say how they benefited. And one of the things that came out from those stories is that there was increased networking, solidarity, cooperation, cross-party working, women administrators and councillors, women coming from different political parties uniting to work together to lobby and advocate, because there's something that unites us, intergenerational learning, knowledge, skills, and confidence, support and respect from community members, and of course the 31% increase in the women holding senior positions such as mayor and committee chairperson. Policy legislative changes in Zimbabwe, that there is now a 30% quota, which is going to double the number of women in local government come the next election. And the next slide, Claire, the lessons that we've learned from the project. I'm just about to conclude now because I could go on and on about this project. I think the first lesson for us was just the approach of working with central government, local government associations, and councils themselves. So you just don't go and focus on women, but I think you need to target institutions, work with partners for you to be able to do this. As we speak today, the councils, the central government were, as partners, they were able to take away some of the institutional barriers that prohibit women to, from participating in local government and leadership positions. But the good news is that the work that we did is not all lost. The local government associations, they've taken up the network. So we came in with £1 million, 2 years, but we are proud to say today that we are talking about these networks because they've been institutionalized within organizations. Working together with men, that's a lesson that is emerging. I cannot say, and I think the networks will talk about it themselves, the role that senior men, especially in government, play in enabling women and enabling policies for women to participate. Capacity building, self-esteem, confidence, and skills, they are very important in this work. Lobbying and advocacy, we must be clear, quantify the problem, produce the evidence and statistics. In other cases, we've been told that we were convinced by the statistics. They were speaking for themselves. Then we also need to take advantage of ongoing policy and legislative changes. Let's make sure that we are ready to just come ambush. We must smash and grab. If there are things that are going in, let's come in with our strategies. Finally, recommendations. We need to work with political parties. We've learned, and I'm sure the network members are going to talk about this. Young men and youth, we need them. If you look at the demographics in this region, and you look at the leadership that is currently in local government, it tells you that we're going to have a problem somewhere. So we need to get young people, young women to be there so that they can take up the leadership positions. Societal awareness, we need to continue to raise awareness on the importance of women. Quotas for women in local government, I think they're very effective and we need to guard them jealously when we are giving them to us. Campaign finance. I hope the members from Zambia will share what happens if you don't have finances and the political parties then just go for people with money because they don't want to fund your campaign. Capacity building. And finally, we need to work with our male champions for us to achieve gender equality. Thank you very much. I could do this for the whole day. Thank you for your patience. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Nyasha, for that really inspiring kind of run around the project, and particularly focusing on the overall lessons learned and some of the results that came from the project. I mean, I think somebody in the chat, I think Blessing has said, inspiring presentation, and absolutely agree. I think it's really inspiring what everybody in those countries has really been able to achieve in what was actually quite a short project over a very challenging period of time, when not only were we looking at some of these important issues, but we were also grappling with the pandemic. So I think it's testimony to everybody who is involved in those programs that those results have really come as a result of the incredible hard work and commitment that you put in them. So Nyasha's given us the kind of overview. We've now got an opportunity to hear from our colleagues from each of the partner countries involved in the Connecting the Dots project. I said we had a fantastic panel. We have a fantastic panel. Allow me to introduce them. I'm actually going to take each of the speakers one after the other. And then at the end, I'm going to open up for any questions, points, comments, or recommendations that you may want to make from the floor. So I'm going to prevail on our speakers to be super smart on their timings, to give us a flavor, because there will be a chance to come in again towards the end of the panel. We've actually asked all of our kind of panelists to think about three things. We've asked our panelists to think about what they feel the key achievements and the key successes of the project has been in their own country, and we have a representative from each of the countries. What lessons we've learned, and what advice would colleagues give to others looking at trying to put in place practical support to encourage more women into political leadership. And then perhaps the last point, but perhaps one which is very important for us at this kind of dialogue today. What would your main priorities be for your network going forward? So what are you going to be doing in the future? And how can organizations like CLGF continue to support that work? So without further ado, I'm going to come on to our first speaker, and I'd like to invite her to take the floor. So it's Councillor Mapulang Masuana, who is the chairperson of the Women in Local Government Forum in Lesotho. Councillor, please, over to you. If you can turn on your video so we can see you, it would be wonderful.
Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to participate in a fruitful meeting. My name is Sidumani Maratadiana, a chairperson of Women in Local Government Forum in Lesotho. Lesotho electoral system, local government. Lesotho had its first local government election in 2005, and to uplift women's participation, whereby it adopted 30% quota. This was done by allocating 30% constituencies to women only, and women managed to obtain 58% representation in local government. This was done by allocating 30% constituencies to women only, and women managed to obtain 58% representation in local government. The quota was supposed to be repeated in 3 elections, but some men challenged it, and it was put off. In 2011, Lesotho adopted another way through special seats for women, and women obtained 39%. In 2017, women's representation declined again to 40%. Lesotho's journey towards achieving 50-50 representation. The country was able to make use of international instruments and regional frameworks, such as Millennium Development Goals, which was driving promotion of gender equality and empowering women. SADC Protocol on Gender and Development ensure that women are well represented in democratic space. Agenda 2063, Aspiration 6, which drive the strengthening of women political participation. The country was able to mainstream 50-50 representation across all sectors. The progress is very slow, but slightly, because there is a change as we now have women in decision-making positions. The local government quota has been greatest achievement in ensuring women representation in local government. Lesotho establishment of Women in Local Government Forum and achievements. Lesotho didn't have such network. However, the forum was established with representation of women councillors in 10 districts. The forum was launched in October 2020 by Ministry of Local Government and Chieftainship. Participation in governance through dialogue on decentralization policy, conducting series of consultation sessions with women councillors with different councils, and promoting participation of citizens in councils. In item of advocacy, the forum has participated in 16 days of activism against gender-based violence and encouraged women and girls to report abuse in their communities. expansion of membership, whereby members of forum were able to mobilize women from other councils. Women members were able to exchange ideas and good practices. Members were able to strategize how best can women be well represented in upcoming local government elections. Women in local government, Lesotho Future Plan to 50-50 representation. The network is currently mobilizing district to establish women in local government district forum as a means of engaging more women councillors. Capacitate political parties on the importance of women participation in governance and political structures. We also aim to embark on advocacy of 50% representation of women in 2022 local government elections through consultative meetings. Sensitize more young women to form community-based organization as a way of strengthening their meaningful public participation. Campaigns aimed to end gender-based violence through various platforms such as media, commemoration such as 16 days of activism against gender-based violence and other platforms. Intensive sensitization and campaigns which are inclusive of men and women changing their attitude about who should occupy leadership positions. To mobilize young women to develop a culture of public and political participation. It leads to the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Wonderful, and thank you for sharing with us the different kind of ways in which the network has already been active and some of the things that you have coming forward in terms of looking to the future. But also, I think, very useful to hear your experience of the importance of quota systems, because I think we're going to be hearing from other colleagues in this session about the value and the importance of quotas. I'm sure colleagues will have questions. Can I ask you to save them until we've heard from all of our speakers? And allow me to bring in next, please, Ms. Nothando Dlamini, who's the chairperson of the Women in Local Government Forum in Eswatini. Over to you, Ms. Dlamini. Sorry. Do we have Ms. Nothando Dlamini on the call?
Oh,
from Eswatini.
Sorry, Lucy. Thank you. Thank you very much, Lucy.
Glad you're there. Pleasure to see you.
I had not unmuted my laptop. Okay?
Wonderful.
Thank you very much very much for this opportunity. It's been amazing listening to the women that spoke earlier on, including the Reverend, and I'm already charged up. Thank you for the opportunity from the CLGF of just placing us into this program. We just feel proud of being women who are just aware and awake to who we are. In Eswatini, we had several successes. We were able to set up the Eswatini Women in Local Government Forum, which includes women in management, which are council employees, as well as our councillors. We also established the Women in LED Network and Young Women in Local Government Network. I must say that this forum was such an amazing space where our members always looked forward to. So the project was able to achieve its target. Initially, or the target was to increase the number of women holding senior positions in local government by 15%. When the project started, the country had 12 women in local government leadership positions, either as mayors, deputy mayors, and the country managed to increase the number to 15 after the internal elections in 2021. We also saw 30 female youth who had never expressed any interest in being councillors, who just came as mentees, who have indicated that they are interested in participating in the upcoming local elections and have been empowered and are continuously being empowered. We are also, as mentioned by Nyasha before, we also were able to develop a strategy, a 10-year strategy, and it helped in commencing the implementation of this strategy to eliminate gender imbalance. There's so many service spin-offs from this project. There was an unrest in Eswatini last year, and we saw just the women assist a male councillor from the municipal council of Mbabane who had lost his home due to political situation and vandalization, with contributions of cash and contributions of clothes, children's clothes, blankets, and it just really felt good to be a woman. So it was just outside the project, but because we had this network, women felt we could make a difference. The Joe Cox project has been further built on through funding from the Canadian government under the Canada Fund for Local Initiatives, where the women had further leadership sessions. So mentorship for young women continued, and training was conducted for a further 3 months to prepare the women for elections. I must also say that it's heartwarming to see other municipalities at this point building up on this initiative. We've seen the Sitegi municipality hold a women's dialogue and seminar whose main objective was to sensitize local women on the possibility of coming together as local women. 60 women were in attendance. We've also seen the mayor and deputy mayor in Ezulwini holding a menstrual and health talk for the benefit of their constituency. We've also seen the Peak Town Council, which is currently working on assisting the town to form a woman in leadership network, similar to the women local government, which shall benefit 106 women who form part of the town's empowerment group. So what have we learned as a women in local government? We have learned that it is a reality that older women should mentor young women and assist them increase their self-esteem, assist them understand the local government space and be equipped with the necessary tools. So the older women in leadership also should not also be left behind. They should also be continually further trained in leadership, motivated through motivational stories from other successful women leaders. And also, we have also learned that men are needed to partner with women to make women empowerment a reality. Without the support of men, this will only remain a dream. So what are the main priorities for our forum or network going forward? These are guided by the 10-year strategy that we have put in place in the 2020 financial year. So the first step agreed upon us is, whilst funding is being sought, all local authorities should budget for as many activities as they can to implement the strategy and not wait for funding. Key activities for the implementation, there are several, but I think at policy level, we have a challenge to align the local electoral laws with national electoral laws and have a 30% women quota at the local level. also revise and amend the Urban Government Act and regulations, allowing the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development to appoint female councillors in municipal councils, as well as to ensure gender equality in council in all local authorities. Putting in place a gender affirmative action policy throughout the workplace, review HR internal policies for gender mainstreaming and gender equality in all local authorities. Yes, we have to get influential males to be champions of change. Celebrate successful women and learn from them. Advocate for councillors to enroll on ongoing board of directors program to assist them in the duties of being a councillor. So yes, we are also looking at running campaigns targeting the public, including Form 5s in high schools and college students. Those are the electorates that are eligible to vote. So we have to create awareness from them as young as at a young age, so that they are awake to what is happening. And then also we are looking at seeking assistance in forums that influence the local elections. For example, the correctional services, the vendors, Business Eswatini, Women in Law in Southern Africa, Council of Churches, Luthango Lagangwane, Women Farmer Foundation, to promote voting for a woman. So for us, the future looks bright, and we are looking forward to forge partnerships and source funds to fund the WLGF strategy. Thank you.
Nontando, thanks so much for that really positive and inspirational kind of presentation, showing us really how networks breed opportunity, and they provide us with opportunities to do more. And it's so good to hear that, you know, in Eswatini, you're not talking about a 2-year strategy, but you have a 10-year strategy. On the one hand, it's a real shame that we feel we need a 10-year strategy, but on the other hand, how important it is that you're already thinking ahead and you're really thinking big in terms of what that network of women in local government can do in Eswatini. I'm sure there will be questions from others around the table, but I'm going to move on quickly to our next speaker, who is Councillor Annie Kapandula, who is the Gender Equality Chairperson in Zambia, linked to the Local Government Association. So Councillor Annie Kapandula, over to you.
Can you hear me?
Not very well. I wonder whether maybe you need to plug in your headphones maybe a little bit more. A little bit of background noise.
You can't hear me? Can you hear me?
We can just about hear you, but there's a lot of background noise. There's a big buzz.
No.
I don't know, Councillor Kapandula, do you want me to go on to the next speaker and then I'll come back to you? If you can sort out what's going on.
You can't hear me. Hello?
Not very well. There's a real background noise.
Can you hear me now? Hello?
Hello? Not very well. I'm so sorry. I don't know whether others can hear. Try again.
Hello? Hello, everyone? Can you hear me now?
We can hear you just, but there's kind of like a buzzing in the background.
Okay. Hello?
Hello?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I think we can hear you well enough to go ahead, but you will need to speak quite loudly. I'm so sorry. It's not a brilliant line.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
I'll speak loudly. Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and all protocols observed. The key achievements and successes the project has had a positive impact on women representation in local government in Zambia. Some notable achievements are the following, and these include setting up networks of women in local government, act as a support system for women in local government, including young women in local government, women in local economic development, also the youth networks. Preparing a gender strategy for the women in local government, guide activities of the network, increase women participation in local government. Also,
Councillor, I'm really, really sorry, but we've got a really bad background noise. I don't know, could there be somebody else in the room who's using another device? Could it be having a clash with yours? Or maybe do you have two things going at the same time?
okay, just hold on. Hello, is that fine now?
No, it's still really bad. I tell you what, Councillor Kapandula, I'm going to do this. I'm going to say, if you can have a little go and see if you can sort out. I think there may be other things that are conflicting with your signal. Maybe if you can see if you can get back on. Maybe I'll ask Mabin perhaps to get in touch in case he can suggest anything on the technical side. I'm going to bring in the next speaker and I will come back to you because I know everybody is very keen to hear what you have to say. So, and they at the moment they can't hear you. So I'm going to bring in our next speaker from Zimbabwe and I will come back to you next.
Right, that's fine.
Sorry about that. So can I please bring in Councillor Resta Dingangoma from the Women in Local Government Forum in Zimbabwe, please, over to you. I hope we can get
Thank
a good.
you so much.
Hello. Oh, I hope the technology is not going to let us down in Zimbabwe as well. Councillor Dinganyoma.
Greetings to you all. All protocols observed. Speaking is Alderman Resta Jinyangoma, Councillor for Rural District Council, the Deputy Chairperson of Women in Local Government Forum of Zimbabwe. I'm going to take you through the following. Number one, what is Women in Local Government Forum will give and its objectives? Stories, success stories, achievements, a case study of the Zimbabwe local government, lessons learned, and way forward or recommendations. The Women in Local Government Forum in Zimbabwe is a board consisting of all female councillors and administrators from Zimbabwe's 92 local authorities, both rural and urban. Our objectives as Women in Local Government Forum: to create a platform, the articulation of women's concern in the administrative and political sectors of councils, to lobby and advocate for increased women's participation and representation at the local level, to lobby and advocate for gender-sensitive legislations, policies, and practices in councils, to promote accountability, transparency, and good governance in local government, and to encourage youth participation, especially young women in local government. Achievements or success stories. We successfully lobbied for a 30% local government quota in Zimbabwe. Increased knowledge by will give members in political processes through various capacity building initiatives. Increased media visibility of female councillors in Zimbabwe. Also have partnership with the Zimbabwe Women's Parliamentary Caucus, which led to the support of the quota in Parliament. At this juncture, allow me to give you the full details of the Zimbabwe local government quota case study. In Zimbabwe, women are lowly represented in political decision-making positions at all levels, that is from local and national. Women's political participation in local government has been steadily declining for the past 3 elections. That is from 19% in 2008 to 16% in 2013 and 14% in 2018. Zimbabwe introduced a constitutional amendment bill in 2019. The Constitutional Amendment Bill number 2 proposed an extension of quota for women at the national level, excluding local government. The Constitutional Amendment Bill presented opportunity for local government to lobby for a quota. Women in local government fora in Zimbabwe submitted proposal for inclusion of a quota at the local government in the Constitutional Amendment Bill number 2. Zimbabwe Women in Local Government Forum formed a national structure and we amplified our voices. United we stand and divided we fall. Women in Local Government Forum, we conducted provincial consultations on the bill. The Parliament of Zimbabwe conducted public hearings on the bill. Unfortunately, the report of the public hearings on the bill recommended to extend the quota at the parliament level by another 2 terms, but excluding local government. Following the exclusion of local government quota in the Constitutional Amendment Bill number 2, the Women Local Government Forum petitioned the President of Zimbabwe and lobbied for a 30% local government quota. This was the first time in Zimbabwe, 40 years of independence, where female councillors sought audience with the president. We are proud of that. The President of Zimbabwe, His Excellency Idi Mnangagwa, supported the quota. Women in Local Government Forum engaged the Zimbabwe Women Parliamentary Caucus, who supported the inclusion of the local government quota in the Constitutional Amendment Bill in Parliament. Then the cabinet endorsed the quota, legal modalities were drafted, and the president signed the bill. The quota, as it appears in the Constitutional Amendment Bill, the local government quota was amended through Section 277 of the Constitution Amendment. Election to local authorities is aimed by insertion after subsection 3 of subsection 4, an act of parliament may provide for the election by a system of proportional representation referred to in subsection 5 of the total numbers of local council elected on ward basis as women. We'll engage the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission and the Attorney General's Office to unpack modalities and the operationalization of the quota. Lessons learned. Sustained lobbying and advocacy is essential for yielding results from national to local level. Capacity building of women local government forum resulted in increased urgency and collective action. Constant engagement with stakeholders, including government departments, is essential for program and policy reform. Partnership and planning is key component in achieving intended goals and for sustained lobbying and advocacy. We will give partnered the Zimbabwe Women's Parliamentary Caucus, who pushed for the local government quota in parliament. Also, monitoring and evaluation data is critical in decision-making and should not be taken for granted. His Excellency and the Cabinet were convinced by the statistics of 2018 elections, which reflected the decline in women's representation. Women's socio-economic empowerment is key in rural development, and it's a way to go with political empowerment. Increased media visibility and gender issues cannot be achieved overnight. It's a process. Then way forward, or our recommendations as Zimbabwe to our sister countries. Shift patriarchal attitudes and norms. to strengthen the lobbying and advocate strategies to encourage more women and young women to participate in decision-making, including politics 2023 and beyond. There is need of continuous policy review, enforcement and implementation of policies and laws, especially the Constitution. More capacity building trainings and fresher courses for both women in office and the women in general. Mentoring and training of potential candidates, including the young women, shouldering up each other. There is need to engage with the media profile women in politics and potential candidates. Need to work with political parties so they embrace gender equality in their policies and procedures. Electoral reforms, political party reforms or regulations, instituting gender quotas. Zimbabwe has a quota for women at national level and local level. 50-50 in local government and stay safe. Empower a woman, empower a nation. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for that. And thank you for sharing with us that remarkable story in terms of achieving the quota at the local level. And I know that there'll be lots of questions coming from our audience on that. I hope now we're going to be able to go back to Councillor Annie Kapandula, who is the Gender Equality Chairperson at the LGA in Zambia. Councillor, I hope we can hear you better this time. Over to you. Councillor Kapandula, can you hear us? I think maybe whilst Councillor Kapandula still works out her connection, oh, here she is coming back, I think. Councillor Kapandula, we want to come over to you and we're desperate to hear from you and the successes in Zambia. Now I'm afraid we have no volume at all. I'm so sorry.
You can hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you. Brilliant. Go ahead.
Is it okay now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, thank you. Yes, I would like to greet everyone and talk about the successes this program has brought to our country. The Joe Cox project has had a positive impact on women representation of government. Some notable achievements for setting up all networks of women in local government act as a support system for women in local government, including the young women in local government, women in local community development, and the youth network are set up. Going forward, creation of a gender strategy for the women in local government, guide activity of the network, increase women participation in local government, engagement with the government and other key stakeholders on strategies to increase women participation. Strategic capacity building, also campaigning for elected officials prior to 2020 and election.
Councillor Kapandula, I'm really sorry to have to do this to you, but we've still got really bad background noise and people still can't actually hear what you're saying. I don't know whether there's another way in which you might be able to try a different way of connecting. But maybe whilst we do that, we might go on to some questions first, and I might try and bring you in at the end if you're able to reconnect with a slightly better line. I'm so sorry, because I know that there's a great story to tell in Zambia and we really want to hear about the recent election. So we'd really like to get you on the line if we can. So let me go out to the audience to see if there are any questions, and I will come back to you before we close the session. I'm so sorry. Colleagues, a little bit sooner than anticipated. I wonder if there are any questions or any comments or any points that colleagues would like to raise from the floor to our speakers or to Nyasha, who gave the presentation at the opening. If you want to use the kind of the raise the hand function, or if you want to just let me know that you'd like to say something, contribute, or ask a question in the chat, either is fine. I'm sorry I was going to give you a bit more notice, but it would be really good to hear from some of our colleagues, including other colleagues from Eswatini, Zambia, Zimbabwe, and Lesotho, who would maybe like to add to the presentation that their colleagues have given. Mayor Bongile Mgingo, please go ahead. I think you're still muted.
Yes, okay. Thank you very much, Lucy, for this opportunity. And I really appreciate all the presentations that have been made by the speakers, particularly the speaker from Zambia. I think they've made a very big milestone, which we may learn from as countries. She mentioned that they actually lobbied for the review of the constitution. So which means to me that it is important for us to look into all legislation that may hinder the full participation of women. So we have a task at hand to scrutinize every legislation, every policy for review so that it can favor the participation of women in Eswatini, in all the local authorities. And the other thing that I also want us to look at as a region is the fact that, you know, men have been converted. Most men have been converted, and we need to take advantage of that by bringing them onto our forums so that we can have buy-ins from men in government. We can have buy-in from men in our local government so that they are easily convinced that we need some space, and so that we can groom our own women leaders going forward. In the mentorship program, we realized that there is still some fear with some of the young ones that we are grooming, because the local government space has been presented as a very, very volatile and very aggressive space. But the truth is, we need to showcase the beauty of being there, the capacitation and the influence that we bring along once we are there. It is about time that we showcase the benefits of being in leadership than speaking more about what is wrong with our leadership. I think that's my submission.
Wonderful, and thank you for that. And I agree. I think the progress that's been made in Zimbabwe in terms of the constitutional review and securing the quota is definitely something that we can really all learn from. And I'm sure our colleagues in the associations in Zimbabwe would be very, very happy to share some of the processes and some of the mechanisms that they use. And I really like what you said in terms of sort of switching some of the negatives into a positive. I think that's also incredibly important. Is there anyone else who would like to come in at this point? Or did our colleagues give such a brilliant presentations that you don't need to ask any further questions? I know there's been some very, very supportive comments in the chat function, which the presenters may want to also take a little look at. Would anyone else like to come in? If not, I might, oh, Susan, yes, please go ahead.
Ooh. Hello, everyone. I just want to ask, it's really inspiring, everything that's happening in the 4 countries, but can the presenters please say where they found most opposition, where they found most resistance to what they were doing, and also where they found most help? For example, did you find more resistance from male groups or from young people? or from existing politicians? And who helped you? I think you've explained a little bit, but I'm really interested to find out the most helpful and the least helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe I can come back to a couple of our presenters on this. Councillor Ziangomo in Zimbabwe, do you maybe want to come in on both of these questions? And then I'll bring our other two colleagues in from Eswatini and Lesotho. And then I'm going to try and go back to Councillor Kapandula. So please, Zimbabwe, and then we'll bring in Lesotho and Eswatini as well.
Hello.
Hi.
As Zimbabwe, we got the resistance from our male counterparts. That was the main challenge that we faced in Zimbabwe. The resistance from our male counterparts. I'm sure it is due to the patriarchal society that we are experiencing in Zimbabwe.
Thank you. And so that really does reinforce many of the comments that others were making in terms of making sure we find ways of bringing men on board and bringing men to support the networks. Let me go first to Councillor Dlamini. I don't know whether you want to come in and respond at this point in terms of some of those questions.
Thank you very much, Lucy. I don't think we had much resistance. Maybe I can state them as challenges for us. We had instances where we had to do mentorship, and some of the leaders had never mentored anybody, and even the young women, even though there was basic training in the beginning, some didn't start off very well. Some were not available for the meetings, such that at some point we allowed mentors and mentees to change. Or you just discovered maybe this one was not meeting my needs, so we allowed them to change. So for us, it was more of a challenge, resistance. In terms of support, the local government CEOs and the ministry was very highly supportive, and the attitude of the women, they were very eager for the change and eager to go and be part of this. So I think that's what I can say was the case in Eswatini. Overall, it was amazing. We didn't feel much of resistance from the males. The males that we had in our space were supportive. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for that. Let me bring in also our colleague from Lesotho, Councillor Maswana. I don't know if you want to kind of respond on this question around sort of challenges, but also if you wanted to respond to the other points that were made around the importance of the quota, which I know is something which is important in Lesotho. I wonder whether maybe we've lost our colleague off the call from Lesotho. I know I can see there's a question from Nyasha. Nyasha, please go ahead and ask your question, and then I'll come back to Councillor Kapandula, because I'd really like to hear from our colleagues in Zambia to kind of round out the picture. Please, Nyasha.
Thank you very much, Lucy. Mine is not a question, but just a response to what Susan asked. And this is really from hearing from the network members, especially during our dialogue during the COVID, the height of the COVID pandemic. I think one of the things that we picked up in terms of all of this work around networks and women's participation in public office is just the burden that women have as caregivers. So I think one of the things that we must just be aware of, which can actually stand in our way as women, is the responsibilities that we have at home to take care of children. And I think during COVID, we had network members talking about them having to take care of the sick. So it's one of the things that I think we need to start to think about going forward, to say, how do we try and ensure that society is supporting, the family is supporting of women, so that they do have time to be able to take leadership positions. They are not just caregivers. Then the other thing is the young women. I think the other thing that was coming out of the mentorship and the participation of young women, we had actually targeted to work with 200, but we managed to work with 186. The challenge of having to start a career and so many commitments in terms of starting families. So I'm not sure how, and I really want to throw this back, especially for the next session, to really think about, okay, we can mobilize youth and young women, but there are practical issues like young women dropping out of the networks because they have to start a new job, they have to go to university. So I think I would be eager to actually know how we can get around this challenge for young women.
Really good points. Thank you, Nyasha. And definitely for the next session, I'm going to come to Sangulankani Isaac Zulu. I'm not sure whether that's necessarily in the correct order, but please come in.
Thank you very much, Lucy.
Reading from the list.
Yes, I thought I should add a male voice to the discussion. And it's quite interesting that this conversation is actually going on. And I'm also eager to hear my chairperson actually speak, and I hope she'll be able to get through at some point. But really, I think I'll speak what is helping, especially ourselves and some of the men that are really with the women. There's a realization that I think the whole issue now is about human rights. When you take it from the human rights perspective, it's actually very, very helpful because when you go by context and culture, tradition, there's that variability that you experience. But first and foremost, to understand that equal and effective participation of women is actually a human rights aspect because I mean, like the figures will be given to you. Even in Zambia, you have the same proportion, like over 51% are women. And even in terms of the election that we had 53% female voters against 47. But really the numbers that came out really don't really marry, match with that kind of sort of like proportion that we have. So it has to be taken from the human rights perspective. And we need to galvanize, support towards, these reforms, electoral reforms, because, I mean, we've been talking about quotas for a long time, and we have seen that quotas are really working. So that's the only way. So if our governments can actually realize that, participation of women in their own, affairs, in political decision making, in economic participation, all these spheres, so to speak, is a human rights aspect. Then we should be able to move, towards attaining that gender equality and, and equity. And like Nyasha said, really the multiple roles that women play just exacerbate, everything. It really disadvantages them. But if people realize that they have the right to participate and effectively so, especially in politics, then we should be able to be heading somewhere. So I think the song for us is that it's a human rights issue. Women's rights are human rights. And we take it from that perspective. We see that we can actually place a demand on our governments that please, can you as duty bearers, can you really show, show your real power, in as far as, justice is concerned, and especially targeting women. Thank you very much.
Thank you for articulating that so well. I think that's so important. I'm going to try now and see if we can go back to Councillor Annie Kapandula in Zambia. Let's have one final go. Councillor Kapandula, how are we going? Should we have one more try, please? I think we're just trying to line up the tech.
Good morning.
Do we have another question? Sorry, did I miss someone's hand going up?
Can you hear me?
Sorry, you're on mute at the moment. Whilst we just deal with that, let's try this. I think there's one more question that's just coming through. I'm sorry for the confusion around the text.
Just represent me.
Let's take this question quickly from all I can see on the name list. I apologize, is Mrs. Brigitte. Did you want to come in and ask a question or make a comment or a contribution? You're on mute. We can't hear you.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning. From Namibia, my name is Councillor Brigitte Horaces. I am the Deputy Mayor of Ocho Town in Namibia, Kunene region. Yes, I wanted to make my contribution by saying that this connect the dots is very important, especially for us as women. Yeah, I am the member already of Gender Links, which is the partner of this Commonwealth. So I am happy that I will make contributions today, and I would like to congratulate the countries which is implementing this Commonwealth project, like Eswatini, Lesotho, Zambia, Zimbabwe. Yeah, we as Namibians will follow the same example, good example, because it is very important for women to join this forum, women in local government and regional dissemination. Important for a woman to be in a leadership. We must let our voices yet because of our nation, because of our families. So I would like to thank the implementers of this workshop that I can be part of this dialogues. I thank you.
Thank you so much for that. And we are really very happy that you're with us and look forward to continuing to work closely with you going forward, because this is something which, you know, really benefits from that shared experience. And I think, you know, we are much stronger if we work together on these issues. So thank you for that. And I know we're going to hear from Namibia in the next session. Let me just see if we can just have one last go at seeing if we can get our colleague from Zambia on the line. Councillor, any luck this time? Can we have one more try? Councillor Kapandula, over to you.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello, you can get me now?
We can hear you now, loud and clear. That's wonderful. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much.
Thanks
Thank you.
for bearing with us.
Yes, I'm going to start all over again. Sure. The Cox project has a positive impact on women representation in our local government, that is in Zambia. Some of the notable achievements are as follows. Setting up networks of women in local government to act as a support system for women in local government. Also, we've set up young women in local government. We've also included women in economic development and youth networks. Further, we've prepared a gender strategy for the women in local government. Local government to guide activities of the network to increase women participation in local government. Engagements with the government and other key stakeholders are our strategies to increase women participation. Other strategies are that of capacity building for the campaign for elected officials prior to 2021 general elections. Also monitoring women to take up, young women to take up leadership positions. Like those who've been in politics, we find them mentors to mentor young girls to come up as the young women in the local government. We have also seen an increase in numbers of women mayors and the council chairpersons after the 2021 general election. I am a mayor for a rural council, but let me assure you that we've seen 3 big city councils being headed by female leaders. These big 3 leaders, women leaders against men. Before, they were all, these city councils, they were all led by men. It's a plus that we've got 3 mayors from city councils. We maintained the female councillors also at local government level, although we hope to improve. The other lessons we've learned in promoting women in local government are that we have a number of lessons through activities implemented under the Cox project. Allow me to share the following lessons. Women alone cannot manage to increase the number of women in leadership positions. It will take joint efforts from all key stakeholders, including political parties, local authorities, NGOs, CSOs, faith-based organizations, women and men, and youth. It is important to leverage on the already existing structures to support women in leadership and capacity building. Strategic capacity building is important at the right time, especially towards election period, focusing on election campaign. Let me take an example. In my case, I made it as a mayor now. So these lessons we do learn through your organizations, they are so very, very helpful to us as women. The link between the different networks, like women in economic development, young women in local government, and the youth network is important in increasing women participation in local government. My advice to other women who are planning is that women for leadership positions, because it is an amazing, one can ever take. Women, we are passionate about doing something. It is amazing to be a woman leader. It's not smooth sailing. We can do it. It's time as we roll sleeves and all the challenges, difficulties that are found in this journey. They have to be, we just have to be committed as women, as determined to contest for political positions, higher positions. I was from South Africa. Thank you so much. We want to aspire further as ministers because we are better leaders. The race for leadership is a continuous process which should not only be an election year, it should start way back. A good example, when I was the road, I held the public meetings with people. There was that rapport with the community, and that helped me even when I aspired to a higher position. It helped me very, very much. So I'm encouraging women to be visible in the community, even through the work that you do in the community. Start early, engaging the community, even voluntarily, before you even aspire to stand as a councillor, as a mayor. We're so visible. Use the technology, having a first page, especially this is you have a first page community.
Councillor Kapandula, I'm really, really sorry. We're losing you again. We're losing you again in this last final bit. We got as far as the comments that you were making around the importance of engaging with the community, but then we're losing now your sound again. I'm so sorry. I don't know, do you want to just maybe wrap up with a final sentence?
You can get me?
Now we can hear you a little bit better. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Also, tradition and cultural barriers, the huge challenge. Work with stakeholders in their areas for us to change the mindset of people that women we cannot eat, and we can do it. Organize community meetings also to help you, also to change the mindset.
I'm so sorry, Councillor Kapandula, to do this to you, but I'm gonna have to stop because we're not hearing anything now. It's just crackling. I think we heard the bulk of what you had to say, and I think it was really great to hear those kind of like things that you've been achieving through the network and some of your plans for the future. But I'm afraid we're gonna have to kind of draw this session now to a close. I think that what everyone has said has been absolutely fascinating. I think you've set us up for the rest of the dialogue today brilliantly. It's been wonderful to hear the results of the work under the Connecting the Dots project, and particularly the different kinds of shared things which are the same, but also maybe some of the things that are a little bit different. And it's going to be great to hear from our colleagues from the other regions to see whether, you know, we can draw out some common threads more widely across the region. In the interest of time, I'm going to pull this session to a close. We'll obviously summarize some of those lessons, and I'm very, very sorry to Zambia, but I hope you'll have a chance to come in the discussions in the rest of the dialogue today. I'm just going to hand back for some final kind of technical comments to Claire, but allow me to thank all of our speakers for their wonderful contributions and for getting our audience into the kind of questions and sharing ideas already. It augurs well for the rest of the session. So I'm going to pass to Claire, who has one or two small housekeeping things, and then we have a short comfort break. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you for that, Lucy, and thank you for the great facilitation of that session. Just to say that we're at over 100 participants in the meeting, so this is really a great attendance and really a great reach across the region. We're now going to go to break for 10 minutes, so please don't disconnect. Please stay connected, but please take a coffee, take a tea, take a snack, and we will come back at 20 past 11 for the start of session 3, which will be reflections on the implementation of the Connecting the Dots program. So we'll be playing a short video during the break, but we will start again in 10 minutes at 20 minutes past. Thank you very much. Colleagues, I'm happy to call you back to our meeting. Our health break is finished. I hope that you were able to have a little snack, have a tea, have a coffee, refresh, as now we are going to move into the third session. And it's my pleasure to call the chair, Ms. Patangi Namumba, who is the Executive Secretary of the Local Government Association of Zambia. Patangi, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Claire, for the opportunity. I wish to once again, welcome you all members for being part of this important dissemination workshop. And to start with, I think I wish to register our sincere apologies on the challenges our chairperson from Zambia experienced with internet connectivity. Apparently, most of the parts of the countries, especially the rural parts of the countries, internet connectivity is a serious challenge. But obviously, moving forward, I think we hope to do better. We'll come up with a better plan for our chairperson because we have a lot to share from here. So sincere apologies for that. Having said that, this session is focusing on our young women in local government network from the 4 countries, that is Eswatini, Lesotho, Zambia, and Zimbabwe, where we are trying to pick some lessons in terms of what has been implemented over the last 2 years in the Connecting the Dots project. And in doing so, the session objectives are as follows. First of all, we would like to see how best we could learn from the strategies implemented in the 4 countries to help us, enhance women participation, the young ones from in local government. And also we are looking at disseminating some of the lessons that we have learned in the process of implementing this project. And thereafter, obviously, we have several recommendations from the 4 countries which we intend to share so that we are able to replicate some of these experiences moving forward. And in helping us achieve these objectives, I have 4 chairpersons of the young women in local government networks, starting from Eswatini, where we have Nondumiso Maseko. Please kindly bear with me if I do not pronounce your name correctly. But I'm comforted by what my English teacher taught me, that pronunciation does not matter as long as you know the spelling. Yeah, okay. So that is Nondumiso Maseko from Eswatini. Then thereafter, we have Tatisi Lesasa from Lesotho. Tatisi Lesasa from Lesotho, who's followed by Mwamba Kaswela. At least that one I'm able to pronounce it correctly, from Zambia. And finally, we have our dear Veronica Kanembera from Zimbabwe, who will help us share experiences from Zimbabwe. So what is going to happen is that just like in the previous session, we are going to ask our 4 chairpersons to share their respective country experiences in terms of the achievements from the implementation of the Connecting the Dots project from the respective network. Then thereafter, obviously, we intend to pick lessons from some of the strategies which they implemented, which are key actually building the young women's capacity and moving forward. Obviously, there are a lot of lessons they will share from that, as well as the advice from there. Then they will share the priorities from their networks moving forward to see how best we could support them as Commonwealth fraternity moving forward. So what is going to happen is that I'm going to give each one of them 6 minutes to share information based on the guidance I've provided, successes, strategies, the lessons they've learned, as well as their priorities, for their respective networks moving forward. So I'll give each one of them 6 minutes. to share those experiences, and thereafter we'll open the floor for questions from the audience. And to help us commence this panel discussion, I will call upon Nondumiso Maseko to actually share experiences from Eswatini. Nondumiso, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Hello.
Hello, Nondumiso.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi. You are loud and clear. Please, the floor is yours. You have about 6 minutes to share those experiences as guidance.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. First of all, I'd like to appreciate all of our sponsors for this project. It has been quite a journey, and we have learned a lot from it. Thank you so much for holding us and showing us just how much potential we have as young women in our local authorities in all the different countries. So as Eswatini, we started off with 56 young women in this project, and it was a combination of aspiring councillors and also young women who aspire to work for the local government authorities. We were trained in leaderships, and our mentors helped us to form leadership action plans for the next 5 years of our lives. And we were motivated to continue working hard and continue chasing our potential and making sure that whatever we do, it is to our full potential in as far as this project is concerned. We were further mentored for 3 months by our mother network, the women in local government authorities, and we were mentored in leadership. They helped us a lot, as it has been highlighted in the previous item in the agenda. Going forward, in this total of 56 women, it was, as I've mentioned, that it was a combination of women who are aspiring to be councillors and also women who just want to work for the local government authorities. 30 young women were also identified who expressed their interest in being councillors after going through these trainings and mentorship in the project. So they further had their own training. We had our own training. I was one of them. We had our own training where our mentees helped us understand how to run campaigns, how to advocate, and all of that. And I'm sorry. So we're hoping that going forward, since we have the upcoming elections in Eswatini, we're hoping to see more young women participation in the elections. And then the JOCOPS project has also further been built through funding from the Canadian government under the Canada Fund for Local Initiatives, where young women members had more leadership sessions. Our mentors continued to mentor us for a further 3 months, and the trainings were conducted to better prepare us for the upcoming elections. And from that training, it was a total of 34 members of the young women in local government network who attended a two elections workshop, where we were taught how to effectively campaign and how to canvass for votes and how to overcome all of the fears and doubts that normally are a norm among young women. And then going forward to our second point, or already to my second point, and the lessons that we have learned as a country from this whole project, it is that even us as young people, sometimes we don't realize just how much potential we have, and as long as this potential is not recognized, it remains untapped most of the time, because a lot of stakeholders also shy away from working with us because of the many fears that are around the youth. One of which is that we are quite a high risky group, and that we move around a lot, and that we are normally not patient enough to see a project through. And through this project, we have learned that given the time, given the attention, and given the proper mentorship, we can actually commit to a project, and we can actually participate effectively in the elections, and we can actually be productive members of our economy. We can participate effectively in the political leadership of our towns and the country as large. And then moving forward, we are hoping that our network is going to continue, and we are going to make sure that we implement the 10-year strategy that we have in place in Eswatini. And we would also like to ensure that our members continue to get training and to get leadership, motivation, and the mentorship and exposure and learning from our older women, our mothers. We are hoping to continue learning, because we understand that whatever we have learned now, it was only just for a period of 2 years, but there is always more. There is always more. Empowering us young women can never be overemphasized. So we're hoping to learn more. I have been noticing with the upcoming elections, fortunately for us, the time came at the right time for us to test if what we actually learned, we actually did learn it, because we do have upcoming elections, and we're hoping to see more young women, but there is still the fear of our financial muscle being less than that of our male counterparts, or even our women older counterparts. So we're hoping to see if what we learned, we actually did grasp it, and we are actually ready to put it into action. But if not, we're hoping that going forward, we're going to learn from all the mistakes, from all the gaps that are still there, and fix whatever needs to be fixed. Otherwise, that is all from our side. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Nondumiso, for your submission, I think, which is very, very helpful. I think there are important points coming out of your presentation in terms of how important the mentorship programs have been to you as young people. And I know, I think national associations have an important role to play in supporting our young ones in this regard. And I'm glad I saw the Secretary General of the National Association in Eswatini, Gordon. I think there are important lessons from the Young Women's Network there, which we need to, continue working on even as they take this agenda forward. Thank you so much for that. This time around, allow me to call upon Ntasisi Lesasa from Lesotho to kindly share experiences from Lesotho as well. Lesasa, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for granting me an opportunity to participate in this powerful meeting. My name is Ntasisi Lesala, and I am a chairperson of Young Women in Local Government Forum in Lesotho. I'd like to express my ultimate gratitude to GenderLinks for its positive contribution in empowering and encouraging young women like myself in various fields to be engaged in decision-making processes. I was brought up to believe that the future of Lesotho depends on youth, but most of the time, these words do not ring the bell because young people are left behind in terms of decision-making. Historically, young people face social exclusion, and the recent economic downturn has prompted low youth participation in politics, which particularly affects the younger generation. However, some disadvantaged groups of youth face social exclusion in the longer term for reasons beyond the current crisis. GenderLinks is a safe space for young people like myself, and is a good platform where we get groomed and equipped with useful leadership skills, as well as other capacity building workshops and trainings. GenderLinks has played a crucial role in encouraging youth to participate in politics through its great influence and broad framework for conducting several workshops and trainings on political, economic, and social issues on the agenda of local and international systems. In my personal experience, young people do so much for this country, though it is quite hard because we live in the world where it is believed that running for elections isn't a youth thing. I call upon the policymakers to make us feel included. I have witnessed that our policymakers fought tooth and nail to make women feel included in both local government and national assembly. But what about us? What about us young women and youth? Given that the majority of the voters are young women, one would assume that there would be the inclusive local government and national assembly that would reflect the majority of the voters. To ensure growth and development, as a young woman, I would like to see the same efforts that were applied by our policymakers in finding possible ways to increase the participation of young women in both local government and general assembly to be applied for young men as well. What I think is the best way for young women to participate effectively is to get together and form a platform where they can express themselves, get support from gender links, the government, and other national or international bodies. Gender links has already played its part, as I have previously mentioned how it contributed, but we need to disseminate the information so that we can reach everyone across the country. There is nothing for youth without youth. Young women should have legal framework and clear guiding policies on how to function if integrated within the local government. It is actually important for young women to be included because they are the key drivers or leaders of tomorrow. So their inclusiveness gives a clear tomorrow's leadership. Such networks can only be institutionalized if they are organized with clear principles, clear targets, and goals. It could also be done by having representation of young women. For instance, we can have the District Young Women Council, and we can revive the National Youth Council because we used to have National Youth Council in the previous years, as well as the National Youth Parliament and other governmental youth forums. Special thanks to Gender Links for bearing with us young women and always being supportive to us in local government forum training. I am now equipped with priceless knowledge and message of interfaith harmony, simplicity, adaptability, and love for participating in local government politics. It is my fervent hope that our voices will be heard by our policymakers. To end with, I'm pleased with Gender Link's positive contribution in sharpening young women's minds. It has assured me that Lesotho still has young women with great leadership skills for whom we can count on in the next future. Gender Link made us discover the importance of participating in local government politics. And this brings me to the conclusion of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ntasisi, for your presentation, so insightful as well in terms of some of the programs you've implemented and the challenges you've encountered in the process. I think it is very, very important that call coming from Lesotho in terms of policymakers at all levels ensuring that we do provide a conducive environment for our young women to effectively participate in decision-making processes at all levels of governance. Thank you so much for that, Lesala. Our next presenter is coming from Zambia, Mwamba Kaswela. Mwamba, kindly share experiences from Zambia. The floor is yours. You have 6 minutes within which to do that. Mwamba. Hello.
Thank you.
Mwamba. Okay, thank you, Mwamba.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Kaswela Mwamba. I'm the chairperson for Young Women in Local Government in Zambia. And
Mwamba, just a minute.
I think firstly, I want to start by mentioning that the project was being implemented in 10 local authorities. Yes, I can get you.
Yes, Mwamba. I think at least members have seen Mwamba, who Mwamba is. I think we started having, you were breaking midway. So maybe if you could kindly turn off your video, perhaps there will be some improvement in the audio. We've all seen Mwamba. I think we can now allow her to turn off her video so that we see whether there will be an improvement in the audio. Please kindly proceed.
Okay, sure. Thank you. I hope I'm clear enough now.
Yes, yes, you are.
Okay, thank you. Like I mentioned, I started by saying the project was being implemented in 10 local authorities, and therefore the membership was drawn from young women who are in local authorities, as well as young women who are interested in taking up leadership, young women interested in service delivery. And therefore the network provided a platform for young women to interact and share various information. And then the project also supported various capacity building opportunities. And so we had trainings in leadership, we had trainings in entrepreneurship, gender, governance, as well as issues of public speaking. And I think 2 key issues that I would want to bring out as a result of the capacity building are that young women developed a sense of, developed confidence. We had more young women freely participating. We had young women realizing the fact that they can take up leadership and they should be able to be interested in being advocates of various development issues. And another key issue that came out as a result is that we had many young women now developing interest in local governance. In our Zambian context, most of the time, people believe that the councils have to do with land and garbage collection, and that's the only thing that they believe in. And therefore, the capacity building shared more information on local authorities. People were now able to know that local authorities provide various services within our communities. And therefore, this was a very good learning point for people to believe and learn more about local authorities. And the project also supported and established a mentorship program. So various young people identified the areas of interest. So people would mention entrepreneurship, and then they would be linked to various women who expertise or have knowledge in that particular field. And when it comes to the question of strategies that can be put in place in order to enhance women's participation, I want to believe there's still need for more capacity building for women. For a woman to adequately contribute towards whether it's a local authority or to be a good parliamentarian, it's important that they're equipped with the adequate skills and the knowledge. And therefore, I believe there's need for more initiatives to support capacity building of women and ensure that women have the adequate skills, and when given the opportunities, they can rise towards it. And another strategy that I believe is that I think it starts with just giving women the opportunity. We are told that youth are the leaders of tomorrow, but I believe this notion is actually used most of the time to keep young people at bay. to keep young people to realize, oh, your time will come tomorrow. But we need to give young people the opportunities today. Young women need to be given the opportunities to be leaders within local authorities. They need to be leaders at constituency levels. They need to be leaders within their districts. So I believe giving women the actual opportunity is, when it comes to priorities as a network in Zambia, I believe there's so much that we can do as a network. And the first thing that I would want to point out is, now that the project is no longer adequate, sufficiently supporting the networks, I believe we need to work closely with local government association. So local government association needs to see, we need to see how best the networks can be enhanced. We don't want to see our members, we don't want to see that interest, the momentum going down. So we want to work closely with local government association to see how best, like I mentioned earlier, the project was just in 10 districts, and Zambia has 116 local authorities. So we need to realize how can we scale up the network so that we have members, we have young women being equipped with these skills in all 116 local authorities and with the districts at large. And therefore, I believe this is a good starting point to see how the network and the local authority, the association can work together. Secondly, another priority is, I think we need to enhance the mentorship program. The mentorship program started very well, although quite late within the project for Zambia. And I believe as a country, we have so many inspiring women, as well as in Southern Africa. Even just this platform right now, I've already seen potential mentors for myself. So I believe that we need to enhance the mentorship program so that we have more women being linked to others with experience and others with knowledge. And that way we can have a younger generation learning more from others. And thirdly, I believe it's important that the networks are linked with other development initiatives. As a country, we have a wave of projects that are focusing on gender issues. And I believe it would be important to see how does the youth network, the women network, how do we link ourselves to initiatives under World Vision, for example, in gender? How do we link ourselves to other projects being supported by World Bank and all? So we need to see how the networks can be linked with other initiatives, because I believe this will help the networks be more sustainable. And then I think lastly, as young women, I think this is just a statement to all of us as young women. We need to challenge ourselves as young women. The project equipped us with skills and knowledge. So we need to push ourselves now. We have been told we have the capacity to be amazing leaders. We have capacities to be members of parliament. We have capacities to be town clerks. And therefore we need to challenge ourselves and see how best we can now take up the roles. We have the support behind us. So now we individually as young women need to take up that opportunity and see how best we can do it. I think from my side, this is where I end my presentation. Thank you.
Mwamba, thank you so much for that presentation, insightful too. And I think you've raised one important point, which relates to the call for the network, to continue actively working with the Local Government Association of Zambia. I just wish to assure you that as Local Government Association of Zambia, we are actually looking forward to seeing how best we could sustain these interventions. So I think I will be getting back to you later in another meeting so that we see how best we could move forward together. Because the most important thing is to ensure that the excellent lessons coming from these interventions are actually sustained. So that is very, very important, and be assured of our support. Thank you so much for that. And moving on to our last panelist on this session, I have Veronica Kanembera from Zimbabwe, chairperson of the Young Women Network from Zimbabwe, to share experiences from Zimbabwe. Veronica, the floor is yours. You have 6 minutes to share those experiences. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Veronica Kanembera, the chairperson for the Zimbabwe Young Women in Local Government Network. So I'm going to share with you my country's experiences in the implementation of the connecting of the dots. In Zimbabwe, the program was implemented through junior councillors who include young women and men. Zimbabwe established a young women's network of 50 members working around governance issues, including young women's participation in politics and youth-led service delivery campaigns. On participation, for example, SRHR issues and GBV issues. So strategies for the supporting the young women's participation. These include mentorship. The junior councillors met with the senior councillors. During this engagement, there were one-on-one meetings, the junior councillors being taught on service delivery and other various issues, including including on how to, sorry about that, trainings and capacity buildings of youth and governance processes. They were also taking part in the conducting local level service delivery campaigns, e.g. on SRHR, GBV, child marriages, and teenage pregnancies. They were also, on the SRHR issues, they were mainly focusing on the sanitary ware, whereby sanitary pads were distributed to various children within the communities, and also some were taught on how to make washable sanitary ware. Yes, and there were also trainings for those, they were also taught on how to make this sanitary ware. Sorry. So some success stories. Councils have reviewed their policies to include youth issues, e.g. their gender policies, SRHR action plans, laws on ending GBV, and child marriages bylaws, especially in Murewa. The traditional leadership and other stakeholders is working on ending ending child marriages. Also increased knowledge on youth participation in local governance, increased lobbying and advocacy for youth-led service delivery, e.g. ASRHR, GBV, child marriages, menstrual health campaigns. Development and implementation of ASRHR action plans. All 92 councils in Zimbabwe have developed and are implementing the ASRHR action plans. Improved responses to youth issues by local authorities. For example, construction of youth-friendly corners, and these are mainly found at clinics. Lessons learned. Youth involvement and participation in local governments is key. Youth empowerment is also important within communities. Youths can also hold positions at any level within the community. The community should support the youth in all aspects. Local authorities and stakeholders should create an enabling environment for youth to participate. A way forward and recommendations. There is a need for local authorities to allocate resources for youth-led interventions. That is, they are supposed to be included in the budget. When councils are making their budget, they should include youth in them. Budget consultation process should include the youth so that they can air their views. There is need for more capacity building trainings for the youth digital literacy. There is also need for learning and sharing visits for the youth and women in local governance to increase their participation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Veronica, for another wonderful presentation. I think we have a lot of lessons shared by our young chairpersons from the 4 countries, brilliant lessons coming from Zimbabwe as well, in terms of inclusion of the youth in various programs which our municipalities are implementing from time to time, and including them even in decision-making processes, because if they are left out, then it is obvious that their needs will actually be left out in all these decision-making processes. I've noticed that we are already behind schedule. We're supposed to be concluding our session now. I think we can take a few minutes to just get reflections, questions from the audience, from the presentations made by our 4 chairpersons of the Young Women in Local Government Networks. Do we have any questions for our young leaders? For now, I can't see any hands. Maybe as we are waiting for people to put together their thoughts, again, I'll get back to the panel. If we have any experiences in terms of some of the youths, our young women dropping out of the networks, do we have any experiences in that regard? And how did you handle, such occurrences? Do we have any experiences from such experiences from Eswatini? Any dropouts from the network?
Hello.
Hello. Yes, Nondumiso.
Yes, can you hear me? Yes, I don't believe that from Eswatini we had a lot of dropouts in this program. That is why one of our biggest achievements is the realization that given the right mentorship, given the proper care, the love, and the attention, young people can actually effectively participate in projects like this one. So from our side, we didn't have that challenge. Most of the people that we started this project with, so it's through the end. We did have some, but it wasn't a significant number.
Okay, thank you so much for that feedback. Anything from Lesotho?
Thank you very much.
Yes,
Hello.
yes, please. Sure, kindly proceed, Lesala.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Even in Lesotho, we haven't experienced that challenge as well.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. Zambia?
I think
Mwamba?
even in Zambia, similar with my colleagues in the other 2 countries, we haven't really experienced as much dropout. I think maybe the issue is just participation, maybe beyond being actively after the project has closed. Maybe it's just participation hasn't been as much beyond. But in terms of dropouts, no, I think it's just participation in like activities beyond the project.
Thank you so much, Mwamba, for that feedback. And anything from Veronica from Zimbabwe?
No dropouts. All youths are very happy to be involved with the program, and we pray it continues for a lifetime.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. I can't see any hands. I can't see any hands there for people wishing to make contributions. Hello, Priscilla, did you want to make a contribution? Okay, I can see a hand from Mebin. Mebin, kindly proceed to make your contribution.
All right, thank you very much, Mpatanji, and thank you very much to all the speakers. I believe I have really learned quite a lot from the different stories that are coming from the different countries. And I believe like the Southern African country, Southern Africa is rather one big country looking at the different issues that are coming up. But I'd just like to learn if there are any of the youth networks used technology in trying to implement any of these strategies, especially in increasing women participation in young women participation rather in both elected and appointed positions in local government. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that question. Can we have quick reactions from our 4 panelists? Those who've got something to contribute on the use of ICT in your work in advancing youth participation in local governance? Any reactions? So the question relates to any experiences that you may have in terms of use of ICT in advancing the work of the network. Any experiences in that regard? Just under a minute, if you have any quick reactions on that, members of the panel. This time around, Veronica, anything from your end? Okay, as Veronica,
hello.
you got,
Yes,
hello.
yes. In Zimbabwe, we had virtual meetings, and we also had online surveys on adolescents' sexual reproductive health and rights. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other experiences from there? So we need to wind up. If there is any reaction on that question, anything from Lesotho? If there is none, we move on to Eswatini. Lesotho, anything? Okay, I take it there is nothing. I can't see any hand. Zambia, anything, Mwamba? Okay, I take it this is the first opportunity to actually share some of these experiences. I think we'll still have more time to share all these experiences. I think for now, I just wish to take this opportunity to thank you most sincerely for being part of this important session. As you could hear from the panelists, our young women, are not for the idea of us referring to them as leaders for tomorrow. I think they are already leaders today. So we need to ensure that we provide that conducive environment for them to actively participate in everything that we do and everything that affects their lives. And so we have a lot to learn from each other. And so as policymakers, it is important that in all the policies that we come up with, we are able to take care of their interests. Capacity building remains key in supporting the young ones take up some of these decision-making processes in which mentorship, I think, and peer learning have proved to be some of the key, strategies for capacity building. And so there is that emphasis that moving forward, we need to ensure that we focus on enhancing, mentorship and mentorship as well as peer learning interventions in our various programs. And so another important key lesson coming from this session is that, right now we do have partners supporting us in the implementation of various programs. And our development partners come and go. And so I think the work of the Commonwealth in this area, I think, stands to be sustained within our respective national associations. With or without donor money, I think we should find a way of ensuring that we continue working with all these networks, the young women, so that we are able to support them even as we continue with our lobby and advocacy work in advancing women participation, youth participation in local governance. So thank you so much. And I wish to hand over to the next session chairperson, who's taking us through the next part of the program. I thank you for now.
So now we will go to Priscilla Mfosa, who will take us through session 4, which is the state of women's participation in local government in Southern Africa. Priscilla, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Claire. A very good afternoon to you all. My name is Priscilla Maposa from Gender Links. I am the regional networking manager. I will be chairing this session where we have representatives from 6 Southern African countries who were not part of the
Connecting the Dots program, and they are going to share with us the state of women's participation in local government in Southern Africa. Our session objectives are as follows: to establish the state of women's participation in local government in other countries that were not targeted by the project. 2, to map priorities for women in local government networks or forums in the countries that were not targeted by the project. So to help us achieve the objectives, the speakers are going to address the following questions. 1, what is the current status of women in local government participation in your country? And 2, what are the 3 main priorities for women in local government in your country? Each speaker will have 4 minutes to share with us. Ladies and gentlemen, I will allow all the speakers to go through their presentations whilst we take note of our questions, and then I will open the floor for discussion once all of our speakers have made their contributions. At this point in time, allow me to introduce our speakers for this session. We have Councillor Tini Dinoko, Chairperson, Gender Commission, Botswana Local Authorities Association, Councillor Gertrude Chirambo, Chairperson, Women Councillors Caucus, Malawi Local Government Association, Ms. Reed Majori, Assistant Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Local Government and Disaster Risk Management from Mauritius, Mr. Elirehema Moses Kaya, Secretary General, Association of Local Authorities of Tanzania, Honorable Hilda Jesaja, Vice President, the Association of Local Authorities in Namibia, Mandru Malane, Senior Manager for Social Development from South Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, allow me to call upon our first speaker, Councillor Tini Dinoko, Chairperson of the Gender Commission, Botswana Local Authorities Association, to take the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Priscilla, for giving me this opportunity. Good morning, everybody. In the interest of time, please allow me to say protocol highly observed. Like you said, my name is Honorable Tini Dinoko. I'm the Deputy Mayor of Lobatse and the Botswana Referral or the Botswana National Gender Commissioner. And straight away, I think I will use this 4 minutes wisely. The first question is, you want me to address the status of women in local government in my country. Should I switch off the video?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. The status of women. Right now, I will say the status in my country is still very low in terms of numbers. We have about 490 elected councillors in Botswana. And out of the 490 elected councillors, we only have 71 women councillors, of which the 419 are men. That shows you that we're still very low in terms of numbers. But the government of Botswana, through their gender affirmative action, appointed or nominated 40 women, which is about 40% to councils. That means now we have about 111 women in our councils, as opposed to men, which are about 498. That shows you that we still have a long way to go. But like I said, the government of Botswana, through their affirmative action, assists us as women, something which is a very welcome development by nominating, by appointing those women, which of course to some is a source of inspiration to most of women who are out there. And not only in local government, even in parliament, we see the government of Botswana appointing more women to parliament. As we speak, we only had about 6 women who have been appointed by the president to parliament. And all of these 6 appointments, 4 are women, of which all of these women are ministers. And for the first time in Botswana, we ever had a minister holding the Ministry of Finance as an appointed woman. That shows you that the government, the current government of Botswana is doing something in terms of elevating women, something that we take that is a welcome development. Not only that, when you talk about women empowerment, we see a number of, the government of Botswana takes the empowerment of women seriously. Not only women, I'm talking about competent and qualified women. We see them now occupying the positions of permanent secretaries, CEOs, positions of decision making. Right now, as we speak, we have about 18 women who have been appointed as permanent secretaries, as compared to 6 in the previous term. That shows you that there is growth, and it's something that is very commendable. And not only that, when you look at the all our 3 presidency ministries, they are all led by women, which is history in our country. Not only that, we take that the empowerment of Botswana, we take the empowerment as Botswana seriously. Right now, we are busy capacitating our women so as to raise the standard of political consciousness of them, to encourage them to take part in politics, including presenting themselves to seeking political offices, to ensure that there is maximum representation of women in all decision-making bodies. How are we doing that? By capacitating these women, by workshopping them through gender links, through our councils, because most of our councils do have the gender committees, which in most times they go all out there, they go out outreaching to women so as to empower them. We also have NGOs. We also have our gender links that play a pivotal role in empowering women. And when I get to the priorities of women, because now I'm left with a minute, I think advocacy for the gender agenda, and not only the gender agenda, the gender budgeting, because surely we cannot drive the gender agenda without resources. Therefore, we need the budget for the gender agenda. And again, we need equal representation. Right now, we have the constitutional review. And in the constitutional review, we are proposing proportional representation, which will surely be ideal for us with women, because we will have the 50-50 presentation as compared to the one that is being done right now, which is first past the post, which in that one is survival of the fittest. And we just pray that the 50-50 quota or the proportional representation be taken in our constitution, so that we constitutionalize it. And then the other priority is empowerment of women. Like I said, that there are NGOs and councils and gender links assisting in this one. Because as women, there is no way that we can win the elections when we don't have public speaking skills. because for you to mobilize people, you need to be a public speaker. You need to be an eloquent speaker. I take it that with these ones, surely our country will go places. But all in all, we thank the government of Botswana for assisting us going all the way. Like I said, the government of Botswana is so much behind us, more so that we have signed the SADC Gender Protocol in 2017. And like I said, you see that in 2014, there were only 19% of nominated or specially appointed women as compared to the 40% now. That shows that there is increase in the number of women in our local government. Thank you so much, Madam Priscilla.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Moving on, let's have Gertrude Chirambo. Councillor Gertrude Chirambo, you can take the floor.
Thank you, Priscilla. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gertrude Chirambo. I'm the chairperson for Malawi Women Councillors Caucus. And I just want to thank CommonWLG for this opportunity to share the status of women in local government in Malawi. In 1998, the Malawi government adopted the decentralization policy and Local Government Act. So in 2000 to 2005, we had the cohort of councillors, and during that period only we had 70 women councillors out of 861 positions. And after that, there was a break. We stayed for 9 years as a country without a local government. So for 9 years, we do not have any councillors. So in 2014, when councillors were allowed to have local government elections, we had 56 women who made it out of the 464 seats that were available. And in 2019, only 67 women councillors were elected out of the 464 positions that were available. As far as leadership in councils is concerned, currently we have a deputy mayor for Lilongwe City Council, and we have a deputy mayor for Luchenza municipality, as well as Zomba City Council. So out of the 35 councils in Malawi, we have 3 deputy mayors. This comparing with last time, we had a mayor who was a woman in the capital city of Lilongwe. But this time, despite women availing themselves to contest for the mayorship positions, we currently do not have a woman mayor in Malawi. As far as in the district council level, we currently have 4 women who are chairing the district council for, like in Zimba District Council, Sanje District. We have women that are chairing the councils, and their performance is quite remarkable. And in addition, we have 6 vice chairs across Malawi only. So as you can see, we have a slight improvement from the previous election of 56 women councillors. Now we are 67, but there we have a lot of challenges. We can see we have a long way to go. And most of the challenges that we have is that the women councillors, they need more training, more mentorship in areas of governance, leadership, visibility, networking, and the ICT skills to reach out, especially to the youth, because our country, over 60% is the youth. And in our caucus, we have about 13 young councillors. And I'm proud to say that one of the young councillors is the Deputy Mayor for Lilongwe, which is our capital, which is a real milestone as far as history is in the making. So we have 3 priority areas. We really need to strategically reposition women councillors to be key actors in politics so that we can groom them to go to the next level, to be members of parliament and to be cabinet ministers. And also, there is more work that needs to be done as far as enhancing the visibility of women councillors and appreciating the role that they play in the community. So we need more support in enhancing the capabilities to use the women councillors as vehicles for entrenching collective voice for women's emancipation. The challenges that we have, despite the structures being put in place by government, the challenges that we have is that resource mobilization, especially when it comes to campaign, to take the leadership roles in the councils, as well as during the campaign season. We find that most times donors or sponsors come in when it is 2 years prior to the election. So as a caucus, our play is that donors should come way before election time, like now, to support us so that we can be visible in the community. People can know what we're doing through the media and other channels, so that we can also be used as mentors for the young girls in high school and universities to encourage them to participate in local government. I thank you all for your attention. This is the current status of women in local government in Malawi. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gertrude Chirambo. Thank you very much for your presentation. Next, we have Ms. Ridge Majori, Assistant Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Local Government and Disaster Risk Management from Mauritius. Thank you. Ms. Ridge Majori from Mauritius. Do we have you? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to move on to the next speaker. I will always come back to her when she's available. Our next speaker is Mr. Elirehema Moses Kaya, Secretary General, Association of Local Authorities of Tanzania. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can go ahead. We can hear you loud and clear.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair, Secretary General, councillors, all protocol observed. I'd like to go straight to respond to the question, the current status of local government participation in your country, status of women local government participation. If I may just say, the participation of women in local government in Tanzania is really good. How good is it? It is through our constitution, but also creating good, conducive environment for women to participate in political arena. Quickly, I'll just take you to the number of councils that we have in our country. We have 184 councils, but we have 3,956 councillors. Out of this number, 1/3 must be seats for women, special seats. And for that matter, we have 1,331 women. However, within that number of 3,956, there are also women who contested in their respective wards. So the number may go up. At the same time, in 2015, we had only 5 women mayors. But this time around, the number has gone up, we have 7. So at least the number is going up. When you go to the parliament, we have about 102 women parliamentarians out of 357. So actually, we have very good representation and of women in our local government. But how was this possible? It is that through the government efforts in empowering women both economically and politically by creating a conducive environment. Through capacity building, all the political parties, they set aside the special seats for women to participate. All women, they have room to participate in election in the constitutions, but 1/3 of all the seats must be for women. This is the political now participation for women. But when it comes to economic empowerment, the ruling party, through the party manifesto, declared that every council must set aside 10% of their own source budget for women, youth, and people with a disability. The distribution is as follows: 4% is for women, and 4% is for youth, both girls and boys, right? And we have 2% for people with a disability, where again, women can get the share. So by so doing, the government is trying to make sure that women are also empowered economically, because if you're empowered only politically, but now economically you're not empowered, well, it's not worth it. But in government, for those who don't know, our president now is Her Excellency Samia Suluhu Hassan. We have the president, the woman president, for the last 60 years of independence. How did we get that lady into the seat? It is also following the death of the former president, Honorable Dr. John Pombe Magufuli. Following that, due to the respect of our constitution, it was because the vice president was Samia Suluhu Hassan. It was without say that the vice president was going to take over. No election, no what. So automatically she became the president. And we are optimistic because she's going to serve for like 4.5 years, or rather 5 years. We are so optimistic that 2025, we are going to hold another election, and she will definitely be elected for the second term in the office. In other positions, we have regional commissioners. In the country, we have like 25 regions, 26 regions. We have 4 women who are regional commissioners. We have 46 women who are district commissioners. And these are the positions that all these are presidential appointees, and they are, of course, representing the president into their respective areas. Out of 146, we have 46 women. When you go to the ministries, we have, out of 20 ministers, we have 7 ministers, women, and 5 deputy ministers out of 18. But for the first time in the history of our country, the strong ministries, the Minister of Defense is under the woman, and she's doing very well. Defense Ministry, people are used to see that must be a man. This time around, we have Dr. Stagomina Tax, who was the Secretary General of SADC. She's now the Minister for Defense. But with the Minister for Foreign Affairs, with Minister of Health, just to mention a few. This shows how the participation of women in local government, but also in central government, they are really given position to participate into this. Another strategy, actually, if I may just go quickly to priorities now. What are the priority areas? 3 priorities. Empowerment of women. As I said, that 10% is set aside. But another thing is now education. Giving access for education for both ladies, girls, and boys. But mostly, some days back, we could find that some girls were impregnated and they could not continue with the school. Now, they are allowed. If anything happens, they can continue with the school free of charge from primary school to the secondary school. This is another achievement that we're saying that actually women, they have achieved. We have another program of fighting violence against women, girls, and children. This is another priority area whereby we have the social welfare officers from the higher level to the very, very lower level, to make sure that the issue of violence, domestic violence, is now becoming a history, coming to an end. And our association, Local Authority of Tanzania, ALAT, we had a special program of fighting violence against women and girls in marketplaces. Why did we choose marketplaces? It was because that 70% of market users were ladies. This was very successful, and we had pilot
Hello, Mr. Elirema.
areas for Dodoma City. Yes.
Your network is, I think, unstable now, but you can go ahead. You can hear you now. Thank you.
Oh my God! So you were not hearing me?
No. It's only now. Now for 1 minute.
Okay. Yes, I just said that Association of Local Authorities of Tanzania with a special program of fighting violence against women and children in marketplaces. Why? Because 70% of market users, those who sell and those who go to buy, are women. And so in one way or another, men and boys, they were using sometimes bad languages, whistleblowing, and this kind of things. So the government, we have a gender desk in every market. If anything happens like that, if it is a criminal offense, you'll be arrested and taken to the court of law. So this is another area, because sometimes girls and women were fearing to go to these places due to this kind of violence, because whistleblowing and all these acts. But this is almost going to zero because of awareness creation. We are using radios, television, putting banners, and education on one-to-one in public meeting to the marketplaces. But the most important thing is, despite the fact that the 70% of users of the market are women, the leaders and the marketplaces, majority were men. We said, no. We have also to get women into leadership. Otherwise, they could not get access to market stalls. So we also made this in Dodoma City and in Shinyanga. So having said that, I rest my case. If there will be any question, I'll be ready to respond to. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Moving on, I'm now calling upon Honorable Hilda Jesaja, Vice President, the Association of Local Authorities, Namibia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Comrade Chairperson. Please bear with me because my voice is not good. I'm catch up with the terrible flu here. But just to start off, the state of women representation in Namibia, I think we are on the right move. In Namibia, we have 57 local authorities, but in terms of numbers, we have 377 local authority councillors. Within that 377, we have 173 representing women. And also within that 173, we have 22 female mayors and 25 deputy mayors who are also female. From this figure, I'm confident that we are on the right move because the issue of the 50-50 quota, especially from the political parties, really help our women to get into positions. Because like, for example, the ruling party, we implement the zebra style. So if number one is a man, then automatically number two on the party list must be a lady. So by then, women are really represented. The three priorities in our country is we really want to build capacity within women so that they can be proud of themselves, so that they can be confident whenever they are speaking in the meetings and so on. We are also lobbying for more women to get up to the level of cabinet ministers, to end up in parliament, because mostly when we have these women on the local level, they only end up there. They don't go up to the central government. We also want to empower women economically by encouraging women to, for example, to own businesses or to have gardens where they can plant their vegetables and sell. By then, we also empowering them, because many women have that belief to say, no, businesses only belongs to the men and so on. But we are also want to empower our women economically. Yeah, that is from me, from Namibia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Hilda. Thank you very much. Moving on, I'm now calling on Mr. Mandu Melane, Senior Manager for Social Development from South Africa, to share with us. Thank you. Do we have Mr. Mandu Melani from South Africa? Hello? Okay, maybe he's not with us. Let me go back to Ms. Ridge Majori, Assistant Permanent Secretary, Minister of Local Government and Disaster Risk Management from Mauritius. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think the last two speakers have not managed to be part of this session, and we need to move on. So at this point in time, allow me to open the floor for discussion. You are free to raise your hand and ask questions to all the speakers. Thank you. While list maybe we are still taking note of our questions questions, I would want to ask Adelaide Panganai from Tanzania if she has something to share with us. Adelaide Panganai from Tanzania. Thank you. Hello, we can't hear you. You're on mute. May you kindly unmute?
Hello,
Adelaide,
can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay.
Is this Adelaide?
This is Adelaide Pangani from Tanzania.
Thank you very much. You can go ahead.
From the President's Office, Regional Administration and Local Government. Okay, thank you. Greetings to you all protocols observed. And as Mr. Elrem has already explained how the presentation of women in Tanzania, he has explained it very well. And that's what exactly happens here in Tanzania. And as you all know that the president now in Tanzania is the woman, so women are well represented, and ad hoc governments, they're given very high opportunities and they're taking chances in all levels of leadership, and they're representing the country very well. So I would not like to take more time, because Mr. LM already explained it very well according to Tanzanian experience. And I would like to thank everyone that contributed in this discussion. It was a very nice discussion, and the project is very nice. And I would like to hear it coming to Tanzania and see and help us to see how we move from where we are to the next step. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you very much, Madam Adelaide Panganai from Tanzania. The floor is still open for more questions. Okay. If we do not have questions, I will move on to my concluding remarks. All right, we have a question from Mandu Melan has now joined us. Please go ahead.
Hi, Chair Search. Again, am I audible now? Can you hear me, Chair?
Yes, you can please go ahead.
Oh, okay. My apology for that. I'm connecting with the phone now, and for whatever reason, I'm unable to unmute or even show my video on the laptop. So I could hear when we were calling, so my apology for that. But as you've indicated, it's Mandu Malani from the South African Local Government Association, representing Councillor Flora Mabua Boltman, the SALGA Deputy President, as well as the National Chairperson of the SALGA Women's Commission. Okay, responding to the questions or the issues that the presenters who are required to speak to, maybe just to indicate that from South African point of view, as the Constitution as well as other legislation actually they do create an enabling environment in which women's equal representation and participation can be realized. And as you know, this is also in line with South Africa's binding commitments to international and regional treaties that promote the right of women. For example, the Municipal Structures Act of 1998 states that every party must seek to ensure that 50% of the candidates on the party list are women, and that women and men candidates are evenly distributed throughout the list. However, women continue to be confronted with barriers that actually prevent them from fully enjoying the political rights. So there has been an increase in the percentage of women candidates in local government elections since the first democratic local government election in 1995. However, women still remain underrepresented. And according to the data analysis presented in the Gender Links Report 2016 elections report, women's representation is greater as proportional representatives, councillors, as compared to at ward councillor level. And this has been evident from the 2000, the 2006, the 2011, the 2016 elections, as well as in the current elections. And in 2016, for example, because we are still currently busy with conducting an audit of the 2021 elections, women representation increased in party proportional representation list. This was from 43% to 48%, but it remained at 33% for ward councillors. And okay, just moving on in terms of the statistics from the Electoral Commission of South Africa, the IEC, for the 2021 elections, women comprised 55% of registered voters in the country's voters roll, with men only standing at 44.83%. However, despite the numbers as indicated, the general picture does not is still very concerning. For example, just to, as cited by the chairperson of Honorable Tembing Kadimeng during her presentation, that overall the status is 63% male and 37% female, with a variation in, just to cite two examples of two provinces whereby in KwaZulu-Natal, for example, out of the 1,906 council seats that were contested, women only occupy 600 of those. And in another province, the Free State, out of 673 councillors, only 262 of those are women. So in the interest of time, Chair, maybe I can just immediately go to the recommendations as to or priority areas that the SALGA, through its SALGA Women's Commission, is working on as part of correcting or addressing the status quo or the areas that they are lobbying for. The SALGA Women's Commission has a program of action which outlines a lot of other areas or programs that are targeting women. But for the purpose of them of the session today, I'll just lift up the as requested, just maybe the 3 priority areas that the Commission is lobbying as part of correcting the status quo. One of the recommendations is that as government, the government of the country should implement legislated gender quotas, as it has been proven that it's one of the mechanisms that has worked, that works very well in the other countries where such has been implemented. Therefore, the call is to legislate quotas for women representation so that this is not left to the mercy of political parties, and to put that legislated 50% quota for women's representation, for women and men's representation at all levels of decision making. And the other priority area is for the Electoral Commission of South Africa, the IEC, to be empowered to reject the party lists that do not reflect the 50% of women, 50% women, and that do not have women and men evenly distributed on the party list. Currently the situation is that some parties have adopted gender transformation policies, and this has resulted in increased women election into local government. However, women should be protected first by law and thereafter, and not only by the party, should not just be at the mercy of the political party. And I think the last submission is the fact that as a country, we must adopt effective processes for ensuring the country's compliance with, as well as accountability for the implementation on the provision of the various ratified global and continental regional instruments. In the interest of time, Chair, and due to the technical glitches, I will pause there. I hope you could hear the entire presentation. Thank you, Session Chair.
Thank you very much, Mandu, Melana, for your presentation. Thank you. We have two questions, one from Eni Kapandula and the other question from Councillor Resta Jinyangoma. So Eni, please go ahead with your question.
Yes, thank you very much. My question is, how did Tanzania arrive at that number of female representation at all levels, even in public offices? I'm really thrilled to hear that Tanzania, our neighbor, is doing it. Yes, like the previous caller said, that in some southern countries, implementation is difficult. They've got the law quite okay, like Zambia. The constitution advocates for female representation, but attaining that, it's very, very difficult. So we want to learn from Tanzania. How did they attain that? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Annie. I will allow the presenter from Tanzania to respond, but first, let me take Councillor Jinyangoma's question. Councillor Jinyangoma.
Thank you so much, Madam Moderator. My question goes direct to Honorable Hilda from Namibia. She mentioned about the zebra system that is being done by the ruling party. So my question is, are there any measures that are being taken by other political parties in your country? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will start with Tanzania to respond. Mr. Elirehema Moses Kaya. Mr. Kaya from Tanzania, do we still have you? Okay, maybe let's move on to the next question for Namibia. Honorable Hilda Jesaja.
Thank you, Comrade Moderator. Yeah, just to answer the question, the zebra style with the ruling party, it is a must. It's compulsory, because when your list is not list of nomination is not having women, then it will be rejected. But with the other political parties, it's up to them. It's still not a must. But they also have nomination of ladies among them. You will not get that the nomination list is only consisting of men, but there is also women among them. But from the ruling party, it's a must. It should be like a man and a female, a man and a female. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your response. Any more questions before I conclude the session? Okay, it seems as if everyone is now satisfied. So, from the presentations that we were given, the key issue is that women are still lowly represented in decision-making structures, both as politicians and as administrators or officials in most of our Southern African countries. So from the research studies that we have conducted as gender links, the top 3 performing countries in Southern Africa in terms of gender balance are South Africa with 46%, we have Namibia with 44%, and Mozambique with 42%. So what is it that is common with these countries that have sort of managed to increase the participation and the representation of women? So what is common is that all these countries, in terms of electoral systems, they have the PR system, proportional representation, and voluntary quotas by political parties. In all these 3 cases, voluntary quotas were driven by the ruling parties, and opposition parties also followed. This is why they've managed to increase the participation and representation of women. So what lessons can we take from our Southern African countries? Electoral systems are key in order for us to reach 50-50. So we need to make sure that we capitalize on any constitutional amendments taking place in our countries, since this is not something that is done on a daily basis. Secondly, quotas for women are either constitutional, legislative, or voluntary, are key in order for us to increase the participation and representation of women. And most importantly, political parties play a key role in trying to ensure that we have more women represented in decision-making structures. Political parties can adopt quotas at party level. This does not need any legal reforms at all. Political parties need to become gender sensitive and balance their numbers internally. We can also have electoral reforms where the Electoral Act can compel political parties to submit gender balanced party lists like the zebra style. And all electoral reforms in our countries should focus on implementing the 50-50 provisions in the Constitution. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank CLGF for giving me the opportunity to chair this session. Thank you. I'm giving back the floor to Claire.
Thank you so much, Priscilla. And I will be co-concluding this session with my colleague Nyasha, but I think Nyasha, you will make some first intervention, so I hand over to you.
Thank you very much, Claire, and thank you very much, Priscilla. A beautiful session I think we've had so far, and I think what comes to mind is that the Connecting the Dots project did not end at all. It's continuing. I think today's platform just reminded us that with or without development partners funding, there's things that we do have power to work on. Today's session, I think, is a demonstration of what my colleague Mpatanji said, to say, look, there's nothing stopping us in terms of taking this work forward. And I think today's session is just a clear demonstration of what we can do with what we have. I'm not going to waste a lot of our time because I'm supposed to conclude, but Priscilla did it so beautifully. I think she has really concluded, picked up all of those salient points, the things that we really need to take care of going forward. What I'm just going to do is, obviously, as somebody who's really supposed to transition today's meeting into the next meeting in 3 weeks, was to just take notes in terms of what you are recommending we should do next. So the first thing I think that really comes to mind, and that was Priscilla's last sort of parting shot. We need to take care of the policies, the legislation, and ensure that we lobby and advocate for an enabling environment. We've seen what quotas can do. We have also seen what the electoral systems can do already in the countries that have more women. So Zambia, Botswana, we're hearing very good messages coming from your governments, which you really need to smash and grab and make sure that we do what Zimbabwe did. The second point, working with men and boys. We already have a lot of men on this platform. You know, your Mr. Zulus, your Mr. Mbulis, I see Mr. Msekio, so many of them that are on this platform. Let's get more of them to work with us so that we achieve the objectives that we want to achieve. So let's not forget to focus on continuing working with men and boys. It's very clear that we are saying we have to replicate or escalate this project. We need to continue with what we've been doing. Already we've received some invitations, come to our country. But already, I think already there's escalation that is already taking place even with today's event. And we just reminded that we can do more. We can have our learning sessions. We can have our rehearsals for our campaigns, because this is a place where you can say anything and just feel that you're safe and no one is going to judge you. So we definitely have that message to say, let's continue. We need to monitor, continue monitoring. What are the numbers? Where do we want to go next? So let's continue to monitor those statistics and let's use them for our lobby and advocacy. Capacity building, it's very clear. We're saying we need to continuously build the capacities of women so that we can all speak clearly, we can all articulate the issues. And what I love the most is that today also was clear demonstration that even on this platform, we do have eloquent speakers, we can help each other, we can support each other. So let's just do it. There's nothing stopping us building our own capacities with what we have. We also need to continue the work of the networks beyond the project. I really like the messages that are coming from the SG, promising the Young Women Network in Zambia that we are with you. And I'm sure all of the SGs who are sitting here, the ministries, let's continue to nurture, to love the young women and youth so that we have more women in local government. The issue of working with political parties, Priscilla has already raised that point. We need to continue raising societal awareness. We are not there yet. Let's continue to raise awareness on the importance of women leadership. The promotion of youth and women. The young women are saying we are not leaders of tomorrow, we are leaders of today. I really want all of us to reflect on our councils and see the demographics in this region especially. I think 75% of our demographics of our people in this region is younger than 35. This is not reflective of our parliaments, of our councils, so there's something wrong. Democracy is not working. That is what is very clear. This is not democracy. Democracy is supposed to, the majority must be reflected in this institution. So we have work to do around that. Then the issue of women economic empowerment. We just didn't have time to share the economic empowerment bit of this project, but I think the clear message that is coming is that we will not be able to do much if women are not economically empowered. So we need to make sure that there's access to resources, access to finance, access to all of the things that actually make women be able to run a successful campaign. With these points, I have 15 of them, which is a lot for CLGF to work with. So I really just want to thank you, colleagues, for all of this. And at this point, I'm handing back to my colleague, Claire. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Nyasha. And I think that really was a great sum up of some of the key messages that have come out of the meeting today, and absolutely things that CLGF wants to continue working on and continue working on with you in this region, but also across the wider regions of the Commonwealth. And so the Commonwealth Women in Local Government Network is a network which is working to support women on these kind of issues across all of the regions of the Commonwealth. And we have our network coordinator, who is based in the Caribbean, who's recorded a short message on some of the key things that we've been doing more widely in our Commonwealth network, as well as some new initiatives which are coming up. So I will play that for you now, and then I have a few final elements to share with you before we go to our closing remarks. So let me put that
and I'm the Networks Officer for the Commonwealth Local Government Forum. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. And I'm just here to give you a quick update on some of the priorities and key achievements to date for the Commonwealth Women in Local Government Network. I'll just share my screen. So just to update you again and remind you about the Commonwealth Women in Local Government Network, it was set up in 2017 as a mechanism to promote and to drive gender equity and equality in local government, both within CLGF as an organization and across CLGF's membership. The network exists to promote, support, and link the work of member organizations and not to duplicate what they're doing, to add value, to support, and to give voice to some of the networks in the local government associations across the Commonwealth. It exists to operate as a network of networks, to reinforce and to add value to national level work, build on the dialogue and the exchange, to glean and use best practice, making it readily available to members and mainstreaming key principles into CLGF's wider work program. The network also looks to mobilize donor funding for initiatives that are aligned to its 4 key priority areas of work. First of which is working with existing elected women to build the capacity of existing women leaders to be more effective in their leadership roles, overcome barriers within local government systems to effectively play their representative and decision-making roles. We also have priorities on working with prospective elected women at the community level to increase their understanding of the roles and responsibilities of local elected people and to encourage women to run for council, particularly young women. It's also a priority to work with political parties and local government associations to remove barriers to women within political systems, working with all members to increase awareness and ability of elected leaders to include a gender perspective in all aspects of their work. And this work can encompass developing and guiding legislation, providing and institutionalizing systems and processes to support oversight and providing that voice for representation. Key to this is working to improve gender sensitivity in local governments and local government associations. The 4th and final priority area of work is targeted at the Commonwealth and international level, to gather best practice and to share and replicate successes, to advocate towards Commonwealth bodies, to increase women's representation, and strengthen systems of inclusion and gender mainstreaming. And finally, to monitor levels of elected women across the Commonwealth and feed into the SDG 5.5.1 monitoring process, ensuring that CLGF meets its commitments on gender and inclusion. So what do we have planned? Recent activities, planned upcoming activities. For 2022, we continue to roll out a work plan which includes mapping opportunities and potential partners for improving women's participation in local government across the Commonwealth. The network supports development of knowledge products and online materials to address the barriers faced by women entering local government and strategies to overcome these. For example, in September of last year, we published a paper on mentoring programs, providing for our membership a taste of the different models of mentoring systems being implemented across the Commonwealth and Europe to showcase the strengths and the weaknesses of those models. We also held some webinars, which I'm sure many of you were able to attend. We also have a paper on ICT and women's political inclusion, and we're in the process of preparing a paper on women in local government and climate change. This year, we placed emphasis on supporting work to develop digital tools, which will be made available to the wider Commonwealth network. Currently, we are working in collaboration with the Association of Local Government Authorities in Jamaica, developing tools and rolling out training to support social media campaign development for women in Jamaica. In South Asia, they are developing a training module which will support implementation of gender and local governance training for elected representatives in local government bodies in South Asia. We are also in the process of developing a 30-day tool. And this is going to be a tool which provides very simple insights and advice from women who are existing counselors to new counselors. And it's intended to jumpstart their first 30 days in council. To inspire participation in local government, we also capture and share stories and experiences of women in local government across the board. Many of you would have taken part in our month of mentoring social media campaign, which included some of the quotes, for example, that on the top right of your screen, we have a quote from the chairperson of the Commonwealth Women in Local Government Network, Thembi Academy. And that was one of many quotes, were very useful quotes from women that was shared across the network. The sharing of knowledge is a critical element of the network, and we encourage dissemination through a range of media. The CLGF website and YouTube channel provides updates, news stories, tools, and resources on and for women in local government. More recently, we have identified individuals to act as focal points in each of the local government associations. Their role is to coordinate and to support planning and implementation of Commonwealth Women in Local Government Network activities as it relates to your own organization, and to provide feedback on relevant initiatives of the Commonwealth Women in Local Government Network, and to be your liaison for work of the network amongst many other activities. I really encourage you today to find out who your focal point is. Work with them to be able to liaise with me to ensure that all of your successes, your programs, your best practice, and your achievements have an opportunity to be shared across the Commonwealth. The Commonwealth Women in Local Government Network also has a very active Facebook page, which I encourage you to join. It provides an online forum for members to share updates, best practices on and about gender equity and women's leadership across the Commonwealth. Now, if you have a preference for YouTube, do follow the CLGF page, which has recordings of webinars, for example, that recent webinar on mentoring, and much more. You can also follow other associations' YouTube channels. For example, in Pakistan, they have the channel called the LCA TV, which is a YouTube channel which provides the voice of all the local council associations spread across Pakistan. So there are many opportunities to disseminate and to share knowledge through multiple mediums. Data collection is an ongoing activity where we capture information on women's political participation in local government across the Commonwealth. Every 2 years, we publish the Commonwealth Local Government Handbook, which is particularly useful as a resource, providing a very comparative picture of the national context in which local government is operating, inclusive of data on women's representation. And finally, to support all of our efforts in promoting gender equity and equality, it is useful to note some key dates on the international agenda. These provide opportunities to put women in the center of international advocacy. CLGF will target these events and, where possible, ensure that our network and our members participate in activities around these dates. So International Women's Day is already gone. Today is the meeting of the network in Southern Africa. We have another meeting coming up in the Caribbean on the 17th of May, and critical in June, on the 21st and 22nd, we have the Commonwealth Women's Forum, which is a forum at Chogam, which is going to provide an opportunity for 2 sessions, one on women in leadership and another on gender and climate change. So this is another activity which is not directly the Commonwealth Women in Local Government Network, but it's about the youth. We recently joined hands to create a new network, the Commonwealth Youth for Sustainable Urbanization. It is a network to secure the input of young people in addressing rapid urbanization and securing sustainable development, and it was launched in March of this year. There is going to be another formal launch, because that was a soft launch. There will be a formal launch at the Commonwealth Youth Forum in Chogam in June. The Commonwealth Youth for Sustainable Urbanization Network is an interdisciplinary network with youth who are interested or beginning their careers in sectors related to the built environment, such as the technical professions like planners, architects, engineers, as well as local government and academia. The network is also for young city leaders, young professionals, young academics, or young high school, college, or university students in your network who might be interested in sustainable urbanization. And I'll just flash the purpose and the aims, which you can read at another time, of the network. But this information is also available on their website, which I will provide on the next slide. The youth network is being guided by a steering team, which includes representatives from the Commonwealth Local Government Forum, also representatives from the Association of Commonwealth Universities, Commonwealth Association of Architects, Planners, and the Engineers Council, ensuring that we have both a political and a technical perspective from local government. We have 3 representatives on the steering committee, one of whom is Mandisa Mthinkulu, and I'm not sure if I pronounced it correctly, but her introduction to the group came through her involvement in the project in South Africa, which was implemented by CLGF and Gender Links for young women in local government with counterparts in senior managerial positions in local governments out of Southern Africa. Mandisa has been doing a fantastic job on that committee. And at this point, I really want to encourage those young ladies in your young women in local government network between the ages of 15 and 35, who may be eager to support, to contribute to, and to advocate for sustainable urbanization in the Commonwealth, and to look at ways in which cities and human settlements can better reflect the needs of youth. Check out the website and join the youth network today. Let us make sure there is female representation in that Commonwealth Youth for Sustainable Urbanization. I wrap up, and I just want to ask you all to kind of reflect, and thinking about this presentation, think about how best the Commonwealth Women in Local Government Network can support you, all the networks in the Southern African region, to be able to develop tools, knowledge products. What areas do you think the network can best support you in? Give me a call, send me an email. I am always open to hear from you. Thank you again.
Wonderful. So I'm so pleased that we could have this short message from Janine telling you a little bit more about the wider work of the network and some of the things that we are doing going forward. I also want to say very much that the messages that have come out in the meeting today really align with the priority areas of the network. And we're going to take those messages on board as we plan our follow-up work program. We will continue to develop tools to support women into and in local government. We will continue to prioritize networking, both online and in person. And the Commonwealth Local Government Conference, which will be taking place in August in Rwanda, will be a great place to continue doing that. We very much heard your message on mentoring, on reaching out to make sure that men are advocates and on board with this greater focus on ensuring that our democratic systems represent our populations, both for women, but also for young people. And we will continue to work with you and the local government associations and ministries on strengthening programs at national level, but also in reaching out to development partners to access new funding for work on these areas of interest and importance. So I won't take up any more of your time, but we do have a short survey that we would like for you to complete. So I'm going to put that into the chat now. Please just take a moment. It will only take 1 or 2 minutes to complete, but will really help us in our follow-up work with the network. And I would then like to hand over to Leo from our Zimbabwe office to say a few closing remarks. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Claire. And thank you, everyone, or the panelists, the presenters, and the participants. This was a great piece of work that shows that our programming as COGF is targeted and is connecting well with our local government system and is delivering key results. What I learned from the key presentations is that we cannot talk of local government without prioritizing women and youth. There are key issues that emerged. One of the key issues is the empowerment of women. And when we are talking of empowerment of women, we are talking of several levels of power, that women need political power. They need to be supported so that we have numbers in our local government system and in our even parliamentary system so that they could articulate issues of women and advocate for issues of women at that critical national and strategic decision-making level. Women need legal power. There is need for putting in place legal instruments that will give women say, or that will ensure that gender issues are being articulated. That's when we saw the issues of constitutional and legal instruments that would give women the necessary power to in positions to articulate key development issues. Women need intellectual power. I think this reverberated through the presentations, the need for capacity building and how capacity building has changed various women and has empowered them to understand and articulate development issues without fear and domination by other powers. Then we have seen that women need resources. This has to be complemented by gender budgeting and the actual allocation of resources. We have to go beyond mere reflection of figures in the budget to the actual allocation of resources. These are the key issues that I have picked up. And also the very important element coming up is the issue of networking, that we must all have very solid and elaborate networking mechanisms that will enable women, youth to share experiences, to talk to each other and learn from each other. So as COGF, this is what is driving us and is ushering us into new programming thrust, is Nyasha has already articulated. That leaves me with the honor to thank people we have made today's workshop possible and a success. Obviously, we would like to thank Nyasha for running around. I think she had sleepless last 2 weeks trying to put everything together. It's everybody who participated in organizing the conference. It's not easy getting everybody on this platform. So we thank Nyasha for that, and would like to thank people who made the first session possible. Our Secretary General, Lucy, our Chair, Reverend Paul, the Deputy Minister, Gadmeng, for that passionate appeal for women leadership and the need to ensure that women are at the center of leading the economic recovery, the post-COVID economic recovery, and also sharing us with the vital statistics that gives us indication on what we work ahead of us in terms of balancing the representation. I would also want to thank the session chairs for driving the various sessions and ensuring that the objectives are well articulated and the presentations are targeted. I would like to thank the presenters who were very articulate on the experiences that give us vital lessons. I would also want to thank all the participants who made it these sessions and the comments that you were putting. I was always on the chat reading various comments that people were putting in. It shows that there's a lot of commitment towards ensuring that women empowerment and gender mainstreaming becomes real, and that it should go beyond programming by development partners, but being owned by local authorities, communities, and our government. I thank you very much, and I wish you the best. This has been a wonderful workshop for all of us. I have every conviction to believe that. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, everybody, for a really great event. And thank you for joining us and sticking with the program throughout. We've really appreciated it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. Have a great rest of the day.
Thank you, Lucy.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye,
Leo.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, and bye-bye, everybody. Thank you. Hello, Gordon, how are you?
Bye.
Bye. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Tiny.